Уважаемые участники Конгресса «Глобалистика», дорогие коллеги, почетные гости. Я рад приветствовать вас на открытии осенней сессии Международного научного конгресса «Глобалистика-2023». В работе осенней сессии примут участие более 800 участников, состоится около 600 докладов, представляющих научную общественность 50 стран мира. Наша сессия посвящена предстоящему 217-летию Московского университета и 230-летию старейшего научного института страны Московского общества испытателей природы. Сессию открывает конференция Ассоциации научно-образовательных центров БРИКС. Перспективы развития БРИКС в контексте формирования новой системы международных отношений. Ассоциация научно-образовательных центров БРИКС была создана при инициативе Московского университета имени Михаила АНОЦ на полях Конгресса «Глобалистика-2015» и Глобального университетского саммита совместно с университетом БРИКС Российской Федерации. Координация работы ассоциации была возложена на щит глобальных процессов МГУ, как один из ведущих научно-образовательных центров России и мира в области международных отношений, глобализма и глобализации. Ну а вообще школа глобальных исследований в нашей стране под своими корнями еще в начале 20-го столетия, связанным с именем выдающегося академика Германского Владимира Ивановича, 160-летию со дня рождения, которая была посвящена нашей весенней сессии. Школа российской глобалистики, российских глобальных исследований отличается особой фундаментальностью и серьезностью экономической базы. Среди основных целей нашей ассоциации содействие формированию общего научного и общеобразовательного пространства между государствами и БРИКС с упором на поддержку многостороннего и двустороннего сотрудничества. Условия формирования полисимметричной системы международной конференции. Повышение качества научных исследований, высшего образования и подготовки кадров высшей квалификации в ближних образовательных системах. Приоритетом в этой части является международный обмен цифровыми научными достижениями государств-участников объединения. С учетом первостепенной важности экспертного аналитического обеспечения и интеллектуального сопровождения цивилизационного партнерства, столь важным в современном мире. В наших планах в ближайшее время проведение большой работы по изменению организационных форм АНОЦ БРИКС и создание консорциума Ассоциации научно-образовательных центров БРИКС. Проведение конференции «Перспективы развития БРИКС» в контексте формирования новой системы международных отношений является знаковым событием в условиях глобальной глобализации международных отношений, процессы, которые происходят во всем мире, резко последовательно политической перенастройки нашего общества. Мы рады приветствовать участников конференции из Бразилии, Индии, Китая, Южноафриканской Республики, Египта, Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов, Саудовской Аравии, Эфиопии и других стран. Словами особой благодарности нашим дорогим гостям, добравшимся до осенней Москвы и присутствующим вживую в этом зале и представляющим страны глобального мира. Индия, Джабский университет, университет Баунера, Южноафриканская республика, университет Бразилия, Рио-де-Жанейро. Давайте поприветствуем Академию ЯСО. Откроет нашу конференцию и осеннюю сессию Конгресса выступление председателя программы комитета, ректора Московского университета, академика Виктора Анатольевича Савельевича, сыгравшего огромнейшую роль в развитии глобальных исследований в нашей стране и мире.
Уважаемые коллеги, я рад приветствовать в Московском университете участников Международного научного конгресса «Глобалистика-2023». В нашей работе, несмотря на сложную международную обстановку, принимает участие свыше 1000 ученых из 30 стран мира, со всех континентов. Так наш Конгресс подтверждает известную истину: наука не имеет границ. Конференция Ассоциации научно-образовательных центров БРИКС, открывающая Конгресс, посвящена роли БРИКС в формировании новой системы международных отношений. Это объединение становится все более влиятельным. В следующем году к нему присоединятся 6 стран, а еще 17 государств подали заявки на участие. БРИКС сегодня – это не просто многосторонняя площадка диалога, а прообраз формирования нового справедливого многоустройства, в основе которого равноправие, взаимовыгодное партнерство. Важно, что в следующем году председательство БРИКС плюс перейдет к России. Мы придаем особое значение запланированному форуму ректоров стран-членов БРИКС плюс, посвященное сотрудничеству наших университетов, научных центров. Конгресс «Глобалистика» проходит у нас уже в 7-й раз. Это одна из крупнейших международных площадок междисциплинарного диалога в научно-образовательной сфере. Глобальные вызовы, стоящие перед человечеством, требуют от ученых глубокого анализа глобальных процессов, обоснованных прогнозов, рекомендаций. И вот одна из ключевых тем глобальных исследований – динамика мирового развития. Мы в Московском университете давно этим занимаемся. Я вот математик, и мне близок подход, связанный с построением математических моделей мировой динамики. Над этим работает научная группа, которую я руковожу, совместно с профессором Московского университета, иностранным членом Российской академии наук Оскаром Акаевичем Акаевым. Совсем недавно в издательстве «Шпрингер» опубликован наш доклад «Переосмыслие пределы роста». Он вышел под эгидой Российской ассоциации содействия Римскому клубу, приурочен к 50-летию известного доклада Римскому клубу «Пределы роста». Вот продолжая эту тему, наш доклад указывает на возможность преодоления вызовов, грозящих человечеству. Мы предложили новую методологию построения математических моделей глобальных процессов, рассматривая их в широком макроисторическом контексте на сотни и тысячи лет. Наши модели опровергают ряд положений высокой вероятности катастрофических сценариев будущего и дают долгосрочные сценарии развития с учетом экономических, демографических, социальных, экологических и других факторов. Это может стать основой построения многополярного мира и широкого партнерства цивилизаций. Ученые Московского университета занимаются изучением путей оптимального развития и сотрудничества стран БРИКС. И о результатах этой работы расскажет на нашей конференции академик Акаев. Еще 100 лет назад академик Вернадский, профессор Московского университета, писал, что решение общечеловеческих проблем выходит за рамки национального научного знания, требуя совместных усилий мирового научного сообщества. Вернадский по праву считается основоположником глобалистики как относительно молодой и очень востребованной сегодня области знания. Это направление исследования развивает Московский университетский коллектив факультета глобальных процессов. И он был инициатором проведения этого конгресса и является неизменным организатором. Уважаемые коллеги, в 2025 году Московскому университету исполняется 270 лет. Это важное событие не только для университета, но и для России в целом, учитывая вклад университета в развитие страны. Мы будем рады вашему участию в нашем празднике. Московский университет всегда открыт для сотрудничества на благо мира и устойчивого развития, для обсуждения актуальных проблем человечества. Позвольте пожелать вам успешной работы, дорогие коллеги.
В своем выступлении, что безусловно, достижения на данном этапе нашей научной школы раскроет академик, профессор Скорокачака. Вот эта книга, которая говорит о том, что буквально на днях вышли издательство «Шпрингер», высоко оценена экспертами, членами различных международных организаций и принята с огромнейшим энтузиазмом российской научной общественности. Подходы, сформированные в рамках этого труда, нашли продолжение много разных коллективов, посвященные, собственно, роли и месту, а также будущему становления глобального развития. Впрочем, об этом более подробно расскажем. Пожалуйста.
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, дорогие гости нашего конгресса из дальних и ближних стран, только что в своем вступительном слове академик Садовничий Виктор Антонович рассказал о видении российских ученых будущего в середине 20 века, о том, что человечество придет к гармоничному, стройному, справедливому, многополярному мироустройству, основанному на БРИКС+. Вот моя задача, поручения Виктора Антоновича Садовничего, как раз рассказать, почему именно БРИКС является основой будущего мироустройства человечества, которое будет справедливым для всех народов мира, всех континентов, всех цивилизаций. Итак, первый слайд, пожалуйста. БРИКС сегодня нарастающая сила, и это показал исторический саммит БРИКС, юбилейный 15-й, который прошел в Йоханнесбурге в августе текущего года. К БРИКСу присоединились 6 новых стран, которые здесь обозначены. Но самое главное в том, что в очереди для вступления в БРИКС сегодня стоят более 20 крупных авангардных развивающихся стран. Таким образом, БРИКС является сегодня самой притягательной международной организацией. Почему она притягательна для развивающихся стран? Потому что в БРИКС сегодня существует полное равноправие, справедливые отношения в торговле, экономическом сотрудничестве, где нет санкций, где нет никаких ограничений ни для одного из членов БРИКС. Конечно, пример подает лидер стран БРИКС Китай. Свыше 200 лет назад император Франции Бонапарт Наполеон утверждал, что Китай – спящий гигант, и когда он проснется, потрясет мир. Вот 75 лет назад Китай проснулся в виде коммунистической страны, потом провел удивительную, прогрессивную модернизацию всех сторон жизни своей страны. И сегодня Китай действительно потрясает мир выдающимися достижениями во всех сферах – геополитике, науке, образованию, культуре и других отраслях. Вот вдумайтесь, за 40 лет реформ ВВП Китая выросло в 200 раз. То есть оно удваивалось каждые 7 лет примерно. Причем средние темпы роста составили 8%. Это фантастический результат человеческой истории. Сегодня все 3 ведущие страны БРИКС, как бы 3 кита, на которых строится БРИКС+, это Россия, Китай и Индия. Россия сохранила статус космической энергетической сверхдержавы. Китай стал подлинной мировой фабрикой сегодня, которая выпускает, весь арсенал, наверное, высококачественных, высокотехнологичных товаров, услуг и так далее. А Индия стала мировым офисом информационных услуг. Но их сила в том, самое главное, что они сохранили при этом ценности традиционной культуры. И это очень важно, потому что в 90-е годы нам твердили, что модернизация и процветание возможны только на путях вестернизации. Но вот лидеры БРИКС показали, что есть иной, более правильный путь к будущему человечества. И это, наверное, очень важно, и это притягательно для развивающихся стран. Да. БРИКС сегодня, оно возникло как объединение самых быстро растущих крупных экономик мира. Именно этот критерий послужил для знаменитого экономиста О'Нила, который как раз впервые объединил эти страны в одно объединение. Они принадлежат разным континентам, разным цивилизациям, но вот благодаря как раз быстро растущим экономикам они стали объединением. Для стран БРИКС поддержание высоких темпов экономического роста играет ключевую роль, и это надо продолжать в течение 1-2 десятков лет, потому что население этих стран должно дорасти до благополучия рядовых стран мира, достигнутых к сегодняшнему дню. Одним из главных общих характеристик экономики стран БРИКС до сих пор была зависимость от внешнего спроса, от спроса населения развитых, богатых стран мира. Но отныне этого не требуется. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И в самих странах БРИКС сегодня в самих, пожалуйста, следующий. Да, в самих странах БРИКС сегодня растет средний класс, который повышает спрос на продукцию этих стран. Ключевые особенности современной обстановки – это нестабильность, мы видим, разбалансированность, и самое главное – это кризис глобального управления. И именно кризис глобального управления не позволяет решать как геополитические, так и экологические задачи, стоящие перед человечеством. Возьмем, к примеру, война сегодня идет на Ближнем Востоке между Израилем и Хамасом. Климатическая проблема, которую мы ощущаем, последствия негативные, ежегодно ощущаем, они не решаются. Почему? Потому что сегодня лидирующий пока еще Запад не справляется со справедливым, созидательным глобальным управлением. Но отрадно, что БРИКС становится центром кристаллизации нового, более справедливого миропорядка, и влияние стран БРИКС уже 20 большой двадцатки растет, и тем самым они могут влиять на эффективность глобального управления. Именно на это как раз надежда. Причем баланс сил большой двадцатки и все время идет в пользу стран БРИКС. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. В пользу стран БРИКС. Следующий, пожалуйста. Время уходит. БРИКС – носитель основных элементов грядущей интегральной гуманистической новосферной цивилизации. И это самое главное. Интегральный строй, о котором говорил великий русский социолог, профессор Гарварда Екатерин Сорокин еще 70 лет тому назад, вот он строится лидерами БРИКС, и прежде всего Китаем, Индией, Россией. Сегодня очень важно, что для развивающихся стран возникает БРИКС-консенсус, который идет как раз вместо разрушительных принципов Вашингтонского консенсуса, начатого в 70-е, 80-е годы. Какие проблемы сегодня стоят перед развивающимся миром? В первую очередь следующие три. Это усиление механизмов регулирования международного финансового рынка, которые как раз мешают динамичному развитию развивающихся стран. Достижение справедливой международной торговли – это очень важно. И третье – это эффективный контроль, стабилизация цен на мировом продовольственном рынке. Вот все эти вопросы страны БРИКС будут решать в большой двадцатке. И мы видели, как в этом году в деле под мудрым руководством премьер-министра Индии Нарендра Моди как раз страны БРИКС большой двадцатки отстаивали эти интересы развивающегося мира, и причем достаточно эффективно. И мы сказали, что баланс в дальнейшем будет расти. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Баланс этот действительно сегодня складывается в пользу БРИКС. Смотрите, прошлый 22 год стал переломным для стран БРИКС. их совокупный валовый продукт достиг 31,5% мирового ВВП, подчеркиваю, правда, по паритету покупательной способности пока. И превысил долю G7, которая снизилась до 37%. Но вот
The share of
прогнозируется, что в
G7 that was
2028 году доля эта составит
30.7%.
35%,
It's
а доля
forecasted by
представительств в
2028,
26.
the share of BRICS will be 35%, whereas the G7 countries' share will decrease up to 26%. And then we will see their expansion, the intensification of this trend. Before, the avant-garde of developing countries dependent on the demand of those developed countries. But today this can change. 6 years Europe had almost 2 billion middle-class participants, but now
в странах БРИКС 450 миллионов. Сегодня сравнялись. БРИКС тоже примерно 900 миллионов средний класс. Только в Китае 600 миллионов сегодня. И средний класс в странах БРИКС растет и будет расти, а в западных странах, напротив, средний класс сегодня угнетает и будет уменьшаться по численности. Следующий, пожалуйста. Вот это показывает график, прогноз, который мы проводили на компьютере. Вот смотрите, мы взяли траекторию экономического роста стран G7. Это по самым оптимистическим прогнозам западных экспертов мы строим. И БРИКС средний мы взяли. И вы видите, что уже даже по номиналу, по ППС уже БРИКС превзошел в 2022 году. По номиналу это произойдет в ближайшие годы, вот самое позднее, это к 30 году. Ну, а дальше БРИКС будет стремительно возвышаться и увеличивать свою экономическую и прочую мощь. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Условия, обеспечивающие устойчивое развитие в 21 веке, хорошо известны. Они сформулированы в целях устойчивого развития Организации Объединенных Наций к 50 году. Из них вот 5 основных перечислены здесь. Социальная справедливость. Надо всем странам снижать неравенство доходов. Оно сегодня зашкаливает буквально. Справедливая глобализация, то есть открытость, без протекционизма. Это нам 40 лет назад вещали страны Запада во главе с Соединенными Штатами Америки, а сегодня за это борются страны БРИКС под лидерством Китая. Стабильность финансовой системы. Сегодня финансовая система мировая, она дестабилизируется именно финансовой системой развитых стран Запада. Конвергентное развитие экономики – это спрос. Сегодня мы переходим от экономики предложений к эпохе экономики спроса, поэтому очень важно формирование спроса. И это должно происходить в рамках большой двадцатки. Мы видели, что здесь, в Дели, как раз страны БРИКС показали себя самым достойным образом. И экологический императив, который, к сожалению, великому сегодня не выполняется ведущими странами мира, и поэтому потепление климата продолжается, окружающая среда теряет свои первоначальные качества регулирования. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Поэтому, конечно, страны БРИКС должны стремиться все это решать в первую очередь. Давайте посмотрим, где будет в середине века производиться высококачественные товары и услуги. Вот взгляните на эти диаграммы. Здесь мы даем как раз прогноз развития производственного именно капитала. Вы видите, вот справа верхняя кривая – это Китай, как стремительный Китай в 2000 году имел производственный потенциал примерно в 4-5 раз меньше Соединенных Штатов Америки, а сегодня, взгляните, прямо в потолок уходит 2,5 раза больше, чем Соединенные Штаты Америки. Поэтому, естественно, США зависят от импорта высокотехнологичной продукции из Китая. Дальше взгляните, ниже идет Индия. Индия стремительно поднимается к середине века и будет иметь производственный потенциал близкий к США. Ну и другие страны БРИКС тоже повышают. Россия, вот на правой картинке вы видите, вслед за Индией Россия повышает производственный капитал. А если посмотрим ведущие страны G7 западные, США, Япония, Германия, Великобритания, взгляните на левый рисунок, мы видим, что там они достигли давно стационара. То есть дальше у них нет возможности развивать производственный капитал, только услуги, только услуги. Поэтому все производство, как и 200 лет назад, перемещается на восток. Китай, Индию и другие страны восточных цивилизаций. Следующий, пожалуйста. И далее, когда мы строим модели математические для прогнозирования, мы должны прежде всего опираться на те критерии, которые работают сегодня в будущей информационно-цифровой эпохе. И вот принцип, который сформулировал знаменитый Джим О'Нил, автор концепции БРИКС, он как раз замечательное то, что сделал, он назвал два фактора. Демография и производительность труда, вот это критически важные факторы для экономического роста. Вот они позволили ему собрать страны БРИКС в одно объединение, и это стало популярным, видите, оно позже было оформлено уже настоящее международное объединение стран. Отсюда мы как раз приходим к эндогенной модели экономического роста, и вместо производительности труда человеческого мы рассматриваем совокупную производительность всех факторов. То есть это важно. Джим О'Нил говорил только о производительности труда, но есть производительность капитала, других факторов. Но для расчета совокупной производительности факторов очень хорошо подходит, хорошо всем известно, модели. Вот мы развиваем вот эти модели. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Итак, динамика в долгосрочном периоде для прогнозирования на 3-4 десятилетия, все вы хорошо знаете, есть знаменитая модель Менкио, Ромеро и Уэйля, которая описывает достаточно хорошо для большинства стран мира. Вот из этой модели, где человеческий, производственный капитал и технический прогресс, мы как раз путем эндогенизации получаем простую производственную функцию под номером 4. Вот посмотрите, ВВП равняется А умножить на N, где А – это как раз совокупная производительность факторов, а N – это численность населения. То есть, как говорил Джим О'Нил, вот эти два фактора играют исключительную роль для динамики экономического развития. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И численность населения. Существует много моделей, но большинство из них, они как-то некорректные. Я потом покажу дальше, в чем их некорректность заключается. Вот мы с Виктором Антоновичем разработали лет 15 назад свою модель, которая оказалась гибкой, и она очень хорошо показывает долгосрочный прогноз на 30-50 лет вперед. Вот первое – это такое уравнение, нелинейное, динамическое. Впервые мы ушли все формы запаздывания в этой модели. А самое главное, модель учитывает влияние технологического прогресса и экологические ограничения. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот посмотрите, как наши модели красная, зеленая показывают рост населения Земли до середины века, а затем либо по колебательному сценарию, либо по апериодическому зеленый цвет идут к стационару. То есть каждое государство старается сохранить численность населения на каком-то определенном уровне. все правительства стараются этим. А вот наверху знаменитая модель Сергея Петровича Апицы, которая показывает эволюционный рост без ограничений. То есть если бы биосфера не имела ограничений, не было бы информационных никаких ограничений, то вот население росло бы вот так, шло вверх. И следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот теперь переходим к реальным странам. Вот посмотрите Китай. Китай здесь наверху синий идет рост, это эволюционный покатится, как если бы не было никаких ограничений в природе, экологических, информационных, военных и прочих, то бы население Китая росло бы, и к концу века доросло бы до 2 миллиардов и больше. Но в природе есть всегда ограничения, которые ограничивают, и мы видим, что большинство предсказывают, что самый лучший вариант – это стабилизация, вот красным цветом. А вот ООН дает средний прогноз, самый нижний, видите, черным пунктиром идет прямо вниз. А вот наш прогноз показывает, что Китаю удастся стабилизировать численность населения. Она сейчас уже достигла максимума, начала уменьшаться, но Китаю удастся это в соответствии с программой, мечтой председателя Си Цзиньпина о достижении, о возрождении великой нации. Вот оно стабилизирует на уровне, как показывает наш расчет, 1 300 миллионов. Сегодня 1 400 миллионов. Вот посмотрите справа прогнозы ООН. Верхние – это высокая рождаемость, средняя рождаемость, и внизу красная – низкая рождаемость. Но чем некорректны вот эти прогнозы Организации Объединенных Наций, они не показывают стабилизации. Вот для всех народов, для всех цивилизаций прогнозы ООН ведут, вот если вы продолжите эту красную линию, видите, она к 100 году снижается до 500 миллионов, и дальше, если продолжите, как бы исчезновению китайской нации. Вот этого быть не может, не должно. В этом как раз прогнозы ООН, они не являются долгосрочными. Вот как среднесрочные работают неплохо, а в долгосрочном плане, видите, уходят вниз. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот для Индии то же самое. Наши два прогноза – это красный и зеленый. Там экологическая ситуация еще очень сложная, поэтому если ситуация будет хорошая, благоприятная, то по красной траектории Индия может стабилизировать население на уровне 1 400 миллионов. Вот как сегодня. Ну, перерастет, конечно, около 1,5 миллиарда. А если экологическая ситуация будет ухудшаться, тогда по зеленой на уровне 1 200 миллионов. А вот взгляните прогнозы ООН, Народонаселения института ООН, они показывают, вот верхняя уходит вообще в бесконечность, а нижняя исчезновение индийской нации, ну, через 200 лет, скажем так. Вот в этом некорректность. Вот наши модели как раз дают реальную картину долгосрочного со стабилизацией. Вот. Если экономика не позволяет, то наша тоже показывает. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Теперь Россия наша. Вот Россия мы показываем ООНовский, вот нижний, это средний ООНовский, но нижний справа, слева от него. И вы видите, зеленый наш прогноз, мы показываем, что Россия способна к середине века стабилизировать численность населения на уровне 135 миллионов. Сегодня нас, россиян, 145 примерно миллионов человек. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот так мы рассчитываем практически для всех стран мира, ну, если в первую очередь БРИКС-11, G7. В середине века будет, какая картина будет? Вот основа БРИКС составит около 1/3. Если учесть БРИКС-11, вступление 6 стран, где-то около половины. населения мира. Ну а учитывая, что в следующем году в Казани собираются вступать такие гиганты, как Индонезия из Юго-Восточной Азии, Нигерия из африканского континента, то будет 2/3 населения будет находиться в БРИКС. И уже БРИКС будет определять мировую динамику, мировую геополитику. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот модель, которая позволяет нам подсчитывать совокупную производительность факторов. Впервые основы были сформулированы Ромером, американским экономистом, который был удостоен Нобелевской премии, вот под номером 3 формула. Зависит от численности трудящихся в системе НИОКР, ученых, инженеров и т.д. Вот. Модель была усовершенствована профессором Джонсом, студенты знают хорошо, есть блестящий учебник Джонса по макроэкономике. Но эти модели обладали одним недостатком. Они были очень чувствительны к изменениям масштаба. И масштаб государства меняется, и большие ошибки в расчетах. Вот мы с Виктором Анатольевичем поработали и разработали обобщенную модель, вот 5 уравнений, 6 решений. Модель, которая нечувствительна к изменениям масштаба, и она дает хороший результат. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот вы видите, согласно этим моделям, продуктивность системы НИОК зависит от численности, естественно, ученых, инженеров, работающих в этой системе, и от финансирования. Вот взгляните, 90-е годы Китай, он в основном заимствовал технологии, индустриализацию провел на заимствование технологий, в основном западных технологий. Но параллельно Китай развивал свою систему, и вот за последние 20 лет произошел в Китае взрывной вот такой рост. Вы видите, синяя траектория Китая сегодня насчитывается примерно 2 200 000 трудящихся в системе НИОКР. Но если очистить вот, низкоэффективность структур, то будет 1 800 000. Вот примерно столько ученых трудятся в НИОКР. В США меньше, у них тоже есть неэффективность структуры. Вот здесь на графиках вы видите 1 600 000, на самом деле 1 400 000 будет эффективно. На третьем месте Япония. Ну а дальше дружно идут большинство стран БРИКС и G7. Вы видите сами. Вот запомните 3 лидеров. Они проявляются во всех экономических, торговых. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Теперь финансирование, естественно. Ну, если брать финансирование, то здесь впереди планеты Корея. Корея, хотя имеет малочисленную систему НИОКР, но финансировать мотивация мощная, поэтому Корея сегодня впереди планеты тоже. Находится, дальше идут США, Япония. Вот Китай уже сейчас и по уровню финансирования находится среди стран G7, вы видите, перед Францией. Но, к сожалению, остальные страны БРИКС, вот Бразилия, Россия, Иран, Индия, они находятся, Аргентина внизу. Ну и задача теперь поднимать. Система НИОКР, вот основной мотор, двигатель мировой экономики в 21 веке. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот поэтому надо поднимать их. И вы видите, что все это проявляется в материальном. Вот посмотрите патентные заявки, то есть изобретения. Китай последние 8 лет сегодня выдает 2-3 раза больше изобретений, чем Соединенные Штаты Америки на втором. Вот черная траектория – это США, желтая – это Китай. Вы видите, Китай выдает на гора 2-3 раза больше изобретений, чем США. Ну, дальше идет Япония. То есть точно так, как по системе, по величине НИОКР системы. Ну, дальше внизу дружной группой идут Россия, Германия, Индия и так далее. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. А вот полученные, те были заявки, важно же полученные, посмотрите, опять Китай впереди планеты, опережает США, опережает последние 7 лет, большинство сегодня думает, что все еще США является технологическим лидером. Нет, товарищи, последние 7 лет повернули эту страницу, и сегодня технологический лидер мира уже Китай. Вот вы видите. США на втором месте, Япония на третьем, ну а дальше дружной группой идут опять Россия, Индия, и надо повышать, конечно. Здесь в логарифмическом масштабе, поэтому они, и вот эта следующая группа на порядок меньше, к сожалению, генерируется. Следующий слайд. Вот задача поднимать. Итак, технологический рывок Китая. Китай осуществил успешную индустриализацию на основе заимствованных технологий. Это правда. На Западе говорили, что да, Китай хорошо заимствует, хорошо копирует, но они не способны на инновацию. Китай доказал сегодня, что нет. Китай способен на инновации, как и в древние века. Все инновации шли из Китая, и в 21 веке они будут снова идти из Китая по новому шелковому пути. Вот вы видите, Китай создал самую большую, мы уже видели, систему. И вот объективное заключение. В этом году Австралийский институт стратегической политики по заказу американских миллиардеров провел исследование и объективное заключение. Видите, они пришли к выводу, что Китай опережает США в 37 из 44 ключевых технологий вот шестого уклада на ближайшие 30 лет до середины века. Это цифровые технологии, биг-технологии, космические технологии от 37 из 44. И пройдет несколько лет, к 30 году Китай становится абсолютным технологическим лидером мира и технологическим локомотивом БРИКС+. Он сегодня БРИКС-11, завтра в Казани, наверное, будет БРИКС-20 с чем-то, и дальше весь мир будет перетекать в БРИКС+, и вот создаваться новый мир, новый миропорядок. Следующий слайд. Следующий слайд. Вот теперь вы видите, что все это материализуется в товарах и услугах конкретно. Посмотрите, доля обрабатывающей промышленности в общем объеме экспорта. Китай впереди планеты. 95% экспорта китайской продукции – это высокотехнологичные товары, пожалуйста. За Китаем идут Корея, Япония, Германия, Франция. Индии надо отдать должное, она опережает вот сейчас Великобританию и США в этом отношении. Но, к сожалению, вот Бразилия, Россия, Иран, Аргентина, мы видим, в Венесуэле надо сейчас подтягиваться, чтобы БРИКС вперед тянуть. Следующий слайд. Локомотив был не 1, не 2, а больше, 4, 5. Тогда БРИКС пойдет быстрее. Вот доля обрабатывающей промышленности, добавленной стоимости. Здесь мы опять видим Китай впереди планеты. За ней идет Корея. Вот обратите внимание здесь на Иран, который занимает сейчас 3-е место. Под жесточайшими санкциями Запада Иран сумел создать такую промышленность. Последние, вот вы видите, 2015 года взлет прямо. Промышленность, которая сегодня дает колоссальные добавленные. Ну, а там дальше находится вот основной костяк G7 и БРИКС-11. Следующий слайд. Но риски есть. Какие риски? Это остается избыточное неравенство доходов. Ведь привлекательность БРИКС – это социальные проекты. Мы говорим, БРИКС содержит элементы социализма. Она работает на большинство населения, на трудящихся прежде всего. Поэтому это надо сокращать. Есть структурные диспропорции, но их можно легко решить, но они требуют значительных инвестиций в человеческий капитал. То есть, прежде всего, образование, здравоохранение и так далее. Экспортная модель, она завершена. можно сказать, потому что по инициативе Запада Запад сегодня отгородился высочайшей, можно сказать, антикитайской стеной, огораживает западный мир на блоковой основе, фрагментация произошла. Поэтому уже экспорт будет сокращаться в развитые западные страны. Но страны БРИКС способны сами поглощать теперь. Мы видели, средний класс растет очень динамично. Но дальше надо бороться с бедностью, стимулировать рост среднего класса и так далее, чтобы спрос в самих странах БРИКС поглощал эти товары, которые производятся там. Следующий, пожалуйста. Напротив, через 5-10 лет уже Запад будет на коленях просить восточные страны продать высококачественные товары. Вот динамика неравенства. Взгляните, традиционно высока была в латиноамериканских странах. Наверху вы видите Бразилию, но последние 30-40 лет, да, ниже, следующая синяя, это Аргентина. Но вот последние 30-40 лет обе страны латиноамериканские, видите, сделали очень большой прогресс, снизили, существенно снизили. И дальше будут продолжать. Здесь надо сказать, что Китай, Россия, Индия находятся в лучшем положении, чем Соединенные Штаты Америки. И дальше надо продолжать. Здесь я хочу подчеркнуть, обратите внимание на Китай. Китай и Россию. Китай особенно большие сдвиги в этом отношении провел под руководством председателя Си Цзиньпина. Сразу видно, с 2010 года по 2023 годы руководства председателя Си Цзиньпина Китай прямо резко снизил неравенство. То есть там социальные принципы начали работать, социальные программы, выдающиеся начали. И в России под руководством президента Владимира Владимировича Путина, вы видите, произошло улучшение, и дай Бог, чтобы они и дальше вниз здесь. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. То есть здесь прогресс есть. Теперь возьмем динамику инвестиций. Вы говорили, чтобы перебороть структурные диспропорции, которые имеются в авангардных странах БРИКС, нужны инвестиции в человеческий капитал. Что это означает? Означает, что нужно много больше хороших инженеров, высококвалифицированных специалистов. О чем идет речь. Если мы взглянем, то мы видим здесь, посмотрите, выше середины мы видим развитые страны Запада. Одни. Здесь страны БРИКС выглядят, конечно, значительно хуже. Внизу, в нижней половине мы видим как раз страны БРИКС. Поэтому странам БРИКС сегодня в первую очередь надо наращивать вклад в человеческий капитал. Но они это и делают. Посмотрите, Китай последние 2000 года резко повышал, Иран, Индия. Все эти страны они повышали, и дальше должны стремительно вести следующий этап. Риски на пути. Есть такая ловушка среднего дохода, когда страна средний доход, Китай сегодня в классическом среднедоходном состоянии, страна, которая попадает в эту ловушку, ей трудно прорваться через нее. В 20 веке только 5 стран смогли это сделать. Посмотрите, взгляните, это Япония, это Южная Корея, это Тайвань и еще 2-3 страны. Поэтому это очень коварная ловушка. И единственный Китай сегодня имеет программу, которая представлена Си Цзиньпином, председателем. Преодоление этой средней ловушки, это мечта о великом возрождении китайской нации. Надеемся, что авангардные страны БРИКС преодолеют успешно эту ловушку. Но требуются значительные инвестиции в человеческий капитал. Именно в ближайшие 10 лет надо добиваться успеха. Необходимость длительного поддержания высоких уровней инвестиций превышающих 25% ВВП, ну, 10 лет как минимум необходимо странам, авангардным странам БРИКС поддержать вот этот динамичный темп роста. Для чего? Как раз для того, чтобы вот преодолеть ловушку средних доходов. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Ну и мы здесь внесли, я долго не буду останавливаться, у нас самое главное, как сказал Виктор Анатольевич Садовничий, это модели для долгосрочного прогнозирования. Мы 10 лет назад, когда проходил саммит БРИКС в Уфе, делали прогнозы, издали большую монографию, которая была представлена послам и видным экспертам стран БРИКС, они одобрили хорошо. Вот сейчас мы уточняем эти модели. Самое главное, вот здесь начальная индустриальная эпоха очень хорошо описывается моделью Кузнеца-Креймера. Это два нобелевских лауреата, которые были удостоены за формулировку как раз вот этих моделей. Ну, а для неокр мы дали модель гибкую, хорошую. И самое главное, мы сейчас первыми сформулировали информационную модель, годную для информационно-цифровой эпохи, вот последней. Таким образом, мы получаем самый надежный такой. Раньше в экономических моделях информация никогда не использовалась. А сейчас мы живем на информационную эпоху. Информационно-цифровая эпоха грядет. Поэтому без этого дать точный прогноз невозможно. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И вот на основе, да, и учитывая заимствование необходимо, мы пришли к выводу много моделей заимствования, но мы формализовали модель японского экономиста знаменитого Акамацу, который известен под названием «Стая летящих гусей». Такая романтическая модель была сформулирована. Мы ее математизировали вот под номером 2. Да, следующий слайд. Да, и вот взгляните, мы даем прогноз, и вы видите, как закономерно Китай впереди планеты всей. Вот по номиналу Китай по паритету покупательной способности уже превзошел экономику Соединенных Штатов, а вот по номиналу в 2028 году мы предсказываем, вот осталось ждать 5 лет, через 5 лет Китай и по номиналу превзойдет и станет первой экономикой мира, а к 50-му году в 2 раза будет больше экономический потенциал Китая, чем США. Индия сегодня как раз перегоняет Германию, вторую экономику G7. Вы видите вот, желтенькая Германия. И Индия в середине века сравняется с США по потенциалу. Здесь неизвестна только судьба Германии экономической. К сожалению, или, может быть, к счастью, это вам мешает. Новое руководство Германии вообще начало деиндустриализацию германской экономики, и сегодня она находится перед вот, точкой срыва. Она может пойти вниз и упасть. Ну, а дальше идет дружная группа, вот та Япония, Великобритания, Франция, Россия, Бразилия. Следующий слайд. Следующий, ну, отсюда и вот тот самый суммарный итоговый вид. Страны БРИКС по номиналу превзойдут к 30-му году G7. Тоже и пойдут стремительно вверх. Следующий, пожалуйста. И вот я заканчиваю, почти заканчиваю, последний слайд. Вот возможные итоги Великой конференции, но самое главное, конечно, то, что все производство перейдет на восток, как было 200 лет назад, в Китай, в Индию, это уже решенный вопрос, можно сказать. Но самое главное, выдающийся итог в том, что половина населения мира в середине века, вот авангард БРИКС, переходит в разряд развитых стран со средними доходами, вот так сегодня. То есть будут жить, как сегодня живут Германия, Швеция, Япония. Вот это выдающийся будет. Следующий слайд. И в совершении, конечно, очень важно знать вот совокупно. Я говорил здесь об экономических, технологических достижениях, а совокупная мощь как. Вот в начале 21 10 лет назад делали прогноз, вот сейчас посудите сами, как он сбывается. Мы его тоже будем уточнять. Сейчас вот в Казани мы такую работу как раз под руководством Виктора Анатольевича Садовича и проводим следующему саммиту осеннему. Вот начало 20 века, посмотрите, лидерство, боролись за мировое лидерство Англия и Соединенные Штаты, две англосаксонские страны. К началу войны Англия еще была лидером, а в начале Второй мировой войны, Вторая мировая война сыграла в пользу Соединенных Штатов Америки, она, вот она, видите, взошла туда на Эверест. Вы видите, а Советский Союз красный приближался перед войной 40-м по совокупной мощи. Здесь учитывается и военно-техническая составляющая, кроме экономической, технологической, военной. И Китай в самом низу, вот обратите внимание, желтенькая кривая. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Слушай, вот после войны как ситуация? Ну, США и там умудрились, в общем, надуть пузырь. Вот все-таки это значительная часть была пузырем. Она сдулась, и вот нормальная ее мощь, вот она после 70-х годов, вы видите. Советский Союз, красный, опять приблизилась вот в 1976 году, очень близко по совокупной мощи, а потом, к сожалению, пошла на спад, видите, а потом развалилась, и Россия получила, конечно, низкий такой статус. А взгляните на Китайскую Народную Республику, она упорно поднималась, и к концу столетия, в начале, на рубеже веков, вот приблизилась США. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста, вот заключительный слайд, который я хотел показать. Лидер БРИКС в 2025 году, это прогноз 15-летней давности. Был когда первый саммит готовили в Уфе, мы делали. Смотрите, Китай по нашему прогнозу в 2025 году, вот через год, когда мы будем отмечать 270-летие Московского университета, прославленного, Китай превзойдет по совокупной мощи Соединенные Штаты Америки. И пусть после этого США попробуют воевать за Тайвань, глядя на эти графики. Вот. Ну, а все остальные страны, вот вы видите, они идут далее следом. Вот такая будет картина мировая в середине 21 века. Мне лично эта картина очень нравится, что страны БРИКС будут основой справедливого многополярного мира, а Китай будет мировым лидером. Спасибо огромное за внимание.
Представил работу, огромнейшую, сложную, фундаментальную работу, которую в Московском университете действительно отечественно считаю, что самая передовая в мире школа по глобальному исследованию Давид Сергеевичем, непосредственно участие Оскара Кравича и многочисленных коллег. В этом году в истории БРИКС африканский год. В Санкт-Петербурге, в России, блестяще прошел форум Россия-Африка, в котором принимали участие представители делегации Московского университета, Виктора Антоновича, создали российско-африканский клуб, в работе которого неоднократно очень активное участие принимал участие посол Российской Федерации. И одним из решений саммита БРИКС в Йоханнесбурге стало изменение Европы между государственным объединением с 1 января 2024 года. С нашей точки зрения, в контексте такого баланса, политического и экономического баланса в Африке, Африка может сыграть ключевую роль. Коллеги, наш конгресс впервые проходит в смешанном формате. В 2020 году полностью онлайн проводили. Надеюсь, что у нас все получится. Поэтому я с удовольствием хотел предоставить слово президенту университета Макронизации, Эфиопия, Чили, Бельгия, Надеюсь, что мы сейчас
Can you hear me? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to thank organizers of this conference and Mr. Loy Bayezid, who is from the International Union of Universities, who connected me to organizers of this conference. As the chairman said, it is a privilege for Ethiopia to join BRICS, which is the future. And I'm representing my country because I'm president of Bahada University. Can you share my slides? I have sent my slide to Christina. So yes, thank you very much. And can you zoom out? I really appreciate the previous presenter that he was showing a number of models. So his presentation was science-based. Unfortunately, I will not be doing that because I was lately invited and I accepted the invitation, though I was in a very intensive training because I saw the importance of this Congress. So I will be saying a few things about the prospects of Ethiopia joining the BRICS. And I'll focus, as a president of a university, I'll focus on the case of higher education. Next slide, please. Yeah, but you know about Ethiopia, what I would like to say here on this slide is my university, Bahada University, is located in a city which is found at the shore of Lake Tana. And Lake Tana is actually a UNESCO registered biosphere. So, and it is the source of the Blue Nile, which connects the two would-be BRICS member states, Egypt and Ethiopia. So this is like a very strategic position that Bahada University is located at the source of the Blue Nile. On the right bottom, you see the map of Africa with infrastructure. And if you see the red line, which goes from Cairo to Cape Town, connecting again to BRICS member states, passes through Ethiopia, and it passes through Bahada, the city where my university is located. And as you know about the Road and Belt Initiative of China, and China is doing a lot in terms of infrastructure globally, including in Africa. And I hope China will be doing this as well. So you can see how important Bahada University would be. And if you see the yellow line passing again from the Horn of Africa, Djibouti, to Central and Western Africa, that is a railway again upcoming in the plan of the infrastructure. And given the competitiveness of Chinese companies, again, I hope that will be built by China or any BRICS member country, and that makes Bahada University a very unique member of this initiative. Next slide, please. I am representing a university which has been established by USSR. And history is in the making that we are now talking with universities from Russia. And here you see photographs of high officials from Russia, USSR by then, and His Majesty King Haile Selassie I, who visited Moscow in 1959. He was warmly welcomed, and they had a meeting, a practical meeting, And the decision was to establish what we call a Polytechnic Institute. And because of that, well, it was opened actually in 1963, after 4 years of this meeting. Next slide, please. And because of this, we celebrated our 60th anniversary on June 11, 2023, this year. And in recognition of the historical contribution of Russia, Mr. Ambassador of Russia actually received what you see on this slide, and it has that historical photo and a very beautiful big building, a library building, which we named as John Moscow Library. John refers to His Majesty, and Moscow obviously refers to Moscow. So we really recognized Russia for the contribution on establishing my university. So we have this historical links with Russia, and that we again recognize. Next slide, please. Okay, then you can see Ethiopia is to join BRICS as of January 2024. We are happy and proud about that. And the contribution from Ethiopia will be, and in terms of education, higher education, Ethiopia is a very young country. Well, it is one of the oldest civilizations, as you know, but it is a young country because more than 50%, half of the population is actually less than 18 years old. The previous presenter was actually presenting the population predictions of BRICS member countries, the founding members, and Ethiopia, the population growth in Ethiopia is actually to increase, which is of importance in terms of our collaboration with BRICS member countries and universities. Next slide, please. Yeah, here I had to use data from IMF, which is the latest. And as you can see, here we have the economy weight of the member countries. My interest is actually, as you can see, the bottom two tables. Ethiopia is one of the top 10 African countries in GDP volume, actually the fifth, and one of the top 5 sub-Saharan African countries, again in GDP volume, and to be exact, the third actually among sub-Saharan African countries. So it is a developing country, yes, but with hope that it will grow and with significant contribution in Africa in terms of GDP volume. Next slide, please. Again, I know BRICS member country universities are thinking about university ranking system, but currently, if we see the academic ranking of world universities, actually many universities in BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and even the upcoming ones, the new ones to start or to join early next year, are doing great that collaborations with universities in BRICS member countries will be of high relevance for countries like Ethiopia. And just to show how important that is and the potential from Ethiopian side, from my side, the table on the right below shows the number of university professors. Actually, it is 3 years old data, but I presume that there is no significant difference. As you can see, that is a national data, by the way, university lecturers, instructors, professors, associate professors, all ranks. As you can see, only 12% of our university instructors, lecturers have PhD. Many of them are very young, very dynamic, competent, because that's where talent is concentrated. And as you can see, 62% of the academic staff have master's degree. So a potential really to have PhD students from Ethiopian universities, including Bahada University. Actually, when it comes to Bahada University, more than 30% of our staff do have actually PhD, in some more than 67% even. But generally, there is this potential of getting dynamic young academic staff to pursue their PhD in BRICS member countries, universities. Next slide, please. Well, just to say something about my university, Bahada University, there was differentiation of the higher education system of Ethiopia. Some years back, there was an independent study. Bahada University has been aspiring to become a research university, though very difficult in a developing country. But in that differentiation process, we actually, Bahada University stood first. It was ranked to become the first research university, though historically, as a mother university, Addis Ababa University could probably be ahead of Bahada University in terms of political decision, but in ranking, Bahada University stood first. So next slide, please. And well, something about African position in knowledge generation. The previous presenter was also mentioning about the contribution of BRICS member countries. As you can see, the articles in Science Citation Index have significantly increased. You can see USA 25.3%, China 20%. Well, there is a change I will show you in the next slide, but there is this increasing trend. No, please back, please. Yes, increasing trend from 10% in 2008 to 20%, as you can see. EU member countries, Japan, India, 4.2, well, it may change, but now you can see African share is very, very low. So production of knowledge is growing and concentrated in North or the Western world. But as I will also show some slides, China is becoming a big contributor. Next slide, please. Next, please. One more, press it. Yes, yeah. I think I should not explain this association of publication with economy. You can see high income economies, the blue line up. The middle one, the red one, is for upper middle income economies, lower middle income economies. So if countries are to grow, science and technology contributes a lot, and the BRICS member countries are really contributing significantly. Next slide, please. So again, yes, you can see the top countries in science and engineering publications from 1996 to 2020. And you can see actually the world, the blue up, followed by the rest of the world. But as you can see, as of 2017, China took over. So China actually became the knowledge powerhouse of the world, as the previous presenter was also mentioning. Next slide, please. Yeah, China, 22% back, just, I'm sorry, China, its contribution was 20% in my previous slide, became actually in 2020, 22%. And the contribution of USA decreased from 25% to 15% in 2020. So you can see really the change that China is taking over in terms of publications. Next slide, please. But there is one, press one, once more. This is very strange. You can see top African partners in the world. And who is leading is, remember, in terms of publications, China is leading. But in terms of our partners, top African partners, USA is leading. You can see the bottom bar, followed by France, UK, most likely related to colonization, the Commonwealth, and so on, and also the number of knowledge institutions, as you can see on the right bottom, that USA has 148 such institutions, while China has 52 and Japan has 69. So there is something, and United Kingdom has 91. So I think, yes, in terms of contributions, in terms of publications, the BRICS countries are coming up, but in terms of institutions, there is still some homework to do, that we shall have more partners in the partnering countries. And as you can see, the list of countries in this on this graph or figure, only Saudi Arabia is mentioned. Next slide, please. Again, press one more. Yeah, thank you very much. Here, high producing countries in Africa. Well, South Africa, a BRICS member country, is leading, followed by Egypt to join BRICS, January 2024, and so on. And you can see where Ethiopia is, the third lowest actually. And Africa, as I mentioned previously, has only 1% contribution, and Sub-Saharan Africa 0.5% contribution. And Ethiopia's share, which is the second populous country in Africa, its share is only 2.4%. Next slide, please. So coming again to my university, Bahada University is actually known for being flexible and launching, opening innovative academic programs. And what is shown here on the left top is read as AMTI, the Ethiopian Maritime Training Institute. You know, Ethiopia is a landlocked country. Well, we claim that we are a land-linked country, and we use the Lake Tana, a UNESCO biosphere, to train maritime officers, which is internationally recognized program. So we believe in quality education by accrediting, and that accreditation is done actually by international organizations like ABET. Left bottom, you can see ABET is the accreditation board for engineering and technology programs in the United States of America. And 4 of our engineering programs, chemical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering, are accredited from 2 years back to 2029. So you can see that, yes, it is a university in a developing country aspiring to become a research university, ranked first by the Ethiopian government, Ministry of Education, and we are really fulfilling international quality standards. And those are some of the certificates mentioned: national accreditation organizations, international, like the International Maritime Organization and ABET. I hope in the future we may be also getting some support from BRICS member country universities to get more and more accredited programs, so that student exchange can be simply facilitated. Degree equivalence can be like the Bologna process of the European Union, that credits are recognized by different universities because they have done something for that purpose. Next slide, please. We have also some benchmarks, engines of economic development, that like entrepreneurship centers, maker spaces. As you can see on the right bottom, Ethiopia appears on the map of Africa because of Bahada University. And we have a very strong STEM center, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics center, And that is very important to collaborate with and very important for technology developments. Next slide, please. Okay, when it comes to partnership, I think one of the challenges of African universities, including Bahada University, is the amount of resources allocated for research and development. So this is the research and development expenditure as a percent of GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. Again, South Africa, a BRICS member country, is leading in every aspect. Kenya and Ethiopia with a red bar, as you can see, a very small amount is allocated actually. And just a table to compare, which is not very significantly related, is a BRIC public expenditure on education in terms of percent of GDP for these 4 BRICS member countries. And the actually allocation of resources for education is much higher in Ethiopia than any BRICS member country listed here. The AU recommended 1% for research and development. For education, we are doing great, but for research, it is only 0.23% in Ethiopia. So we need collaboration to work with universities in resource, not abundant, but sufficient universities in BRICS countries. Next slide, please. Bahada University is relatively well connected with universities internationally, like the International Association of Universities, the International Union of Universities. Mr. Loy Bayezid is attending here. He was actually the one who invited us. We are happy to join that. We are also a member of different networks, including RUFORM, which has more than 160 African universities, and very focused. We are establishing connections and signing memorandum of understandings and agreements with Chinese institutions, the Hubei University of Technology, Donga, and very recently we have been to more universities, as you can see the list. Next slide, please. If I consider, for example, the International Association of Universities, some of the universities in BRICS member countries, for example, Russia, those are member universities. Bahada University is a member of International Association of Universities. So we use the same platform to work together. China, you can see the list. South Africa, bottom, middle. On the right, bottom, is actually India. A number of universities are member of International Association of Universities. So we have a common platform. We can strengthen our partnerships with these universities. Next slide, please. Considering the International Union of Universities, you can see the list of Russian universities we are collaborating with through International Union of Universities. There was an event in Istanbul where I met many of representatives of these universities by then. So we have really a good connection with universities in BRICS member countries. Next slide, please. Okay, with that, I really see that Ethiopia is indeed a potential country for higher education. We have 51 universities, public universities, and 4 more private universities, a very young population, more than 50%, less than 18 years old. And I think this is a potential for higher education partnership. I showed the number of staff in those universities who really seek or look for PhD opportunities. And these are very young, competent staff which member universities from BRICS member countries can benefit from. Thank you very much, greatly appreciated. And that is a photo of a sunrise from Lake Tana, a UNESCO registered biosphere. Thank you very much.
Огромное спасибо. Это был президент университета Бахта-Тара, Эфиопия, профессор стадионной фотографии, Путешествовать в замечательные страны, видеть те замечательные места, рекомендую. Уважаемые коллеги, роль Китайской Народной Республики в формировании политической системы международных отношений невозможно переоценить. Как показал сегодняшний доклад академика Садовничева, Краева, роль Китая как ключевого актора глобальных политических процессов будет все более и более расширена. Совсем недавно завершил свою работу форум инициативы «Один пояс, один путь», на котором был продемонстрирован высочайший уровень российско-китайских отношений, поскольку главным гостем этого форума был президент России Владимир Владимирович Путин. Кстати, в настоящее время, буквально сейчас, наш ректор Антон Садовничий проводит заседание ученых совета совместного российско-китайского университета в городе Шэньчжэнь. Я как декан не могу похвастаться тем, что наш факультет является коллективным членом общества российско-китайского службы, кстати, единственный факультет Московского университета. А на базе нашего факультета функционирует институт Конференции Московского университета. Большим удовольствием предоставляю своему почетному участнику нашей конференции полномочному министру посольства Китайской Народной Республики в Российской Федерации. Пожалуйста.
Уважаемый Илья Вячеславович, уважаемый Оскар Михайлович, уважаемый Олег Александрович, уважаемые ученые, коллеги, специалисты, добрый день. Очень рада принять участие в конференции Ассоциации научных и образовательных центров БРИКС в рамках 7-го международного научного конгресса «Журналистика 2023». Это для меня большая честь. Прежде всего, от имени посольства Китая в России я хотела бы горячо поздравить с успешным проведением сегодняшней конференции, а также проведением Международного научного конгресса. Хочу выразить благодарность специалистам и ученым, которые на протяжении многих лет подают силу стимулированию развития БРИКС и продвижению китайско-российской дружбы. С момента, как началось сотрудничество в рамках БРИКС в 2006 году, прошло уже 17 лет. Механизм сотрудничества БРИКС зародился на исторической волне коллективного подъема развивающихся стран и стран с формирующимися рынками. Он представляет собой прогрессивное направление политической многополярности, экономической глобализации и демократизации международных отношений. На протяжении 17 лет государства-члены БРИКС всегда придерживаются духа открытости, инклюзивности и взаимовыгодного сотрудничества, укрепляют взаимодействие по 3 ключевым направлениям: в сфере экономики, в области обеспечения мира и безопасности, в сфере гуманитарных обменов, что добилось плодотворных результатов. БРИКС стал для стран с формирующимся рынком и развивающихся стран образцом для развертывания сотрудничества юг-юг и реализации совместных действий для самоусиления. Сотрудничество БРИКС уже вступило на новые этапы высококачественного развития с такими значительными результатами, как создание нового банка развития, совершенствование ввода условных валютных резервов, предложение модели сотрудничества БРИКС+, ускорение строительства партнерства стран БРИКС по вопросам новой промышленной революции. В августе этого года в Южно-Африканской Республике успешно прошел 17-й саммит БРИКС. На встрече лидеров стран БРИКС было принято политическое решение о приглашении 6 стран, включая Саудовскую Аравию, Египет, Объединенные Арабские Эмираты, Аргентину, Иран и Эфиопию, присоединиться к БРИКС в качестве новых членов. Лидеры стран БРИКС также приветствуют другие желающие и отмечающие условия развивающихся стран стать членами данного объединения. Расширение БРИКС является важнейшим результатом 15-го саммита БРИКС. Как отметил председатель КНР Си Цзиньпин, нынешнее расширение носит исторический характер и отражает решимость государств-членов БРИКС сотрудничать с развивающимися странами. Оно соответствует ожиданиям международного сообщества и общим интересам развивающих стран и стран с формирующимися рынками. Как китайская мудрость гласит, далеко пойдут только те, кто идут в ногу с тенденцией исторического развития и придерживаются правильного пути. Являясь лидером глобального развития и строителем глобального управления, семья БРИКС расширилась с 5 до 11 стран. Комплексная мощь и международное влияние группы значительно повысились, что коренным образом изменяет карту мира. На новый состав стран БРИКС приходится почти половина населения мира и 30% совокупной мировой экономики, почти половина мировых запасов нефти и газа и 40% рынка потребления энергии. В него входят основные страны-производители и страны-потребители продуктов питания в мире. И в будущем, на наш взгляд, страны БРИКС будут прилагать больше усилий в улучшении глобального управления финансовой, энергетической и продовольственной областях. В то же время страны БРИКС должны воспользоваться возможностями цифровой экономики и зеленого развития, работать вместе для продвижения высококачественных преобразований, содействия инклюзивному, всеобщему и устойчивому развитию. В настоящее время ускоряются кардинальные изменения, невиданные за столетия. Восстановление мировой экономики идет медленно, нарастает антиглобалистические тенденции. При этом часто происходят локальные конфликты и волнения. По-прежнему наблюдаются проявления гегемонизма и политики силы. Мир вступил в новый период потрясений и перемен. Народы всех стран надеются на мир, где царит долгосрочный мир, всеобщая безопасность, совместное процветание, открытость и инклюзивность, чистота и красота. Государствам-членам БРИКС важно придерживаться первоначальной цели объединения для самоусиления, твердо защищать международную справедливость, реализовать настоящую многосторонность, укреплять голоса стран с формирующимся рынком для развивающих стран, способствовать развитию глобального управления в более справедливом и разумном направлении и формированию нового миропорядка, основанного на справедливости, взаимовыгодном сотрудничестве, уважении друг к другу. Механизм БРИКС является важной платформой для реализации китайско-российского стратегического взаимодействия. Китай и Россия совместно направляют механизм БРИКС, чтобы он придерживался самостоятельной и независимой политики. В выполнял историческую миссию по развитию и возрождению, защищал общее представление о справедливости и честности, играя все более важную роль на международной арене. На прошлой неделе президент России Путин был приглашен в Китай для участия в третьем форуме международного сотрудничества «Один пояс и один путь», в рамках которого он провел встречу с председателем КНР Си Цзиньпином. Главы наших двух государств подтвердили, что Китай и Россия будут продолжать укреплять стратегическое взаимодействие в рамках многосторонних структур, таких как БРИКС и ШОС. В 2024 году Россия будет председательствовать БРИКС и проведет 16-й саммит БРИКС в Казани. Это будет первая встреча лидеров стран БРИКС после исторического расширения БРИКС. Данное событие имеет огромное значение и привлекает большое внимание. Китай будет активно поддерживать деятельность России в качестве председательствующей страны БРИКС, чтобы совместно способствовать дальнейшему развитию сотрудничества в рамках БРИКС. В конце моего выступления я хочу подчеркнуть, что Китай, будучи убежденным сторонником и активным участником механизма сотрудничества БРИКС, всегда считает укрепление сотрудничества со странами БРИКС приоритетным направлением своей внешней политики. На пороге нового исторического пути Китай готов работать с Россией и другими партнерами БРИКС над поддержанием концепции сообщества единой судьбы человечества, содействием реализации инициатив Си Цзиньпина глобального развития, инициативы глобальной безопасности и глобальной цивилизации, чтобы бюро сотрудничества становился все больше, а сила прогресса становилась все крепче, и вместе проталкивать корабль БРИКС в светлом будущем. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое. Ближайший министр посольства Китайской Народной Республики, Российской Федерации, это выдающийся дипломат. Мы, кстати, планируем на полях Конгресса написать с культурным центром планинг, который совсем недавно, в январе этого года, открыл гостеприимно свои двери. Соглашение сотрудничества, если, конечно, послушать выражение. Продолжим. Коллеги, я хотел от себя имени, от своего имени высказать несколько соображений. Без сомнения, мне предстоит подумать о некоторых таких совместных документах, совместном решении конференции и всего Конгресса. 27 октября состоится такое торжественно праздничное мероприятие, посвященное завершению работы Конгресса «Политика 2023». Большое мероприятие, которое мы провели весной, проведено осенью 1 года. Конечно, надо в этих решениях, в этих обсуждениях иметь в виду, что стремительные изменения, которые происходят в мире, в них должна особую роль играть научное экспертное обеспечение, академическое сопровождение, практической реализации, где справедливая многополярность. В объективном процессе становления новой системы международных отношений очевидно, что исторический момент для этого уже наступил. В этой связи наиболее перспективным путем является развитие теоретической базы партнерства цивилизации, в том числе цивилизационный анализ глобальных процессов, конструирование взаимодействия между странами, народами, экономиками и культурами в условиях геополитического кризиса. Возможно, коллеги согласятся, что формирование отражающего современные реалии цивилизационного подхода в международных отношениях является важнейшей задачей современных социогуманитарных исследований, в том числе реализующих междисциплинарные сферы. Сегодня блестящим основателем доклада наших научных лидеров, академии сотрудничества и охраны. Цивилизация — это во многом самодостаточные, самоподдерживающиеся социальные, социоприродной системе. Основной актор глобального мира, являющийся достоянием как составляющих народов, так и всего человечества. В мире справедливого партнерства недопустимо не только экономическая и политическая дискриминация, но и связаны с ней высокомерным или интеллектуальной гегемонией диктат в любом виде одной цивилизации по отношению к остальным. Без сомнения, разнообразие и единство цивилизаций, взаимообогащение, залог устойчивого развития всего человечества. Важно повышать роль ученых, экспертов стран БРИКС, формирование и продвижение теории идеологии, альтернативной к нынешней навязанной модели глобализации, американоцентричной, либеральной идеологической. Важно разрабатывать и продвигать принципы и ценности национально-гуманистической глобализации. И траектория национального развития связана с взаимовыгодной для всех стран включенностью в глобальный процесс. Не удалось связаться с общественным миром? Ну хорошо. Коллеги, ну, я хотел бы узнать, что у нас есть несколько минут. Со своей стороны, может быть, еще связь состоится, не знаю. Делать такое, некоторые слова благодарности связаны с очень насыщенной программой. Мы запланированы после небольшого перерыва. Вот. Хотел поблагодарить в этой связи руководство университета. Университета принципа Мохаммеда бен Фахца, Саудовская Аравия, Федерального университета Рио-де-Жанейро, Пермского арабского университета в Александрии, университета Бакалавра, Шанхайского университета иностранных языков, руководство консорциума университетов Медра, Южная Африка, Федерального университета Рио-Гранде-до-Сул, Бразилия, университета Будехора, Индия, университета Лимпопо, Иран, университета Айн, Объединенные Арабские Эмираты. Поблагодарить руководство университета Кампилос и Рио-Гранде-до-Сул, Бразилия, который с огромнейшим удовольствием принял участие в организации конференции Ассоциации научно-образовательных центров БРИКС и составили такую действительно мощнейшую идеологическую основу для, надеюсь, дальнейшего успешного функционирования нашей ассоциации. Уважаемые коллеги, у меня последний вопрос к организатору. Будем ли мы ждать на связь или же объявляем тебя? Ну что, мы даже чуть-чуть пораньше закончили нашу программу, вот мы положительные моменты. И до встречи, буквально через час. Спасибо большое. Коллеги, дорогие участники конференции Центрального научно-образовательного центра БРИКС, перспективы развития БРИКС в контексте формирования международных отношений. Разрешите продолжить работу, но на самом деле сосредоточить внимание на основной части нашей деятельности, связанной с подробным обсуждением тех вопросов, которые касаются нашей научно-образовательной сферы. С большим удовольствием училась, когда вы приветствовали те, кто согласился принять участие, несмотря на то, что мы находимся в разных концах нашей планеты. Немногие из тех, кто участвует в работе нашей конференции сегодня находятся в Московском университете, мы договорились о совместном взаимодействии. Конференция проводится в ситуации, которая требует сомнительно серьезного укрепления, с учетом того, что произошли серьезные изменения в мире. Конечно же, сейчас в контексте геополитического кризиса чрезвычайно важно объединение научно-образовательной линии. Нам нужно в том числе готовить те проекты решения, основанные на серьезных аналитических исследованиях, из которых бы исходило желание сотрудничества, желание конструктивно взаимодействовать и находить пути решения глобальных проблем. И вот в этом смысл той ассоциации, которая создавалась еще в преддверии саммита, который проходил в 2015 году в городе Уфа, Российской Федерации. А в преддверии саммита, который будет проходить в Казани, и будет это впервые после того, как было принято серьезное политическое решение. Решение, связанное с расширением, серьезным расширением БРИКС. И когда задумывалась эта идея, для нашего еще не прямополза, президентского дела России, он был председателем правительства Российской Федерации, он был крупным ученым, возглавлял институт мировой экономики и международных отношений. Он тогда впервые высказал идею, связанную с объединением этих крупных государств, которые представляют не просто государства, а в том смысле, которые страны цивилизации, как Россия, Индия, Китай, БРИКС. Потом президенту нашей страны, Владимировичу Путину, в 2000 году удалось провести такую серьезную организационную развитие и объединить вот такие страны цивилизации. Национальные государства со своей историей, тысячелетия, а и более чем тысячелетия, но ради общих интересов. Общие интересы заключаются в сохранении мира. Заключается в сохранении не просто мира, а в обеспечении той модели мировоззрения, миропонимания, миропорядка, который бы обеспечил справедливое развитие всего человеческого общества. Появился БРИКС, Россия, южноафриканские страны. Африканские страны были представлены в ЮАР, Южноафриканская республика, БРИКС. В Йоханнесбурге было принято решение, которое, конечно, тяжело вынашивалось, долго обсуждалось, о расширении этого формата. И сказали, что саммит, который пройдет в октябре месяце, он будет уже совершенно новым геополитических вариантов. Очень многое зависит от мира во всем мире, от той конструктивной позиции, которая дает то ли ядро этой организации, которая является лидером этого процесса. Лидером, на самом деле, представление такой альтернативной модели глобализации. Не такой навязанной модели, которую мы хорошо знаем, которая, к сожалению, или счастью, кто-то считает, уже предмет дискуссии, исчерпала себя. Повестки дня, вопрос создания новой системы международных отношений. Вопрос очень неправильный, очень сложный, который во все времена человеческой истории сопровождал серьезными конфликтами. Вот лидеры трех стран, которые составляют лидеров БРИКС+, Россия, Индия, Китай, сейчас дают стабильность. Надеюсь, что этот союз сумеет уберечь от дня правильных и очень кардинальных решений. Без сомнения, потенциал вооружений, средства уничтожения на подлинном мире действительно ставят повестку дня вопрос о выживании человеческой цивилизации. И вот те конфликты, которые сейчас сотрясают миропорядок, этот уровень противостояния пугает. Наверное, от нас, от представителей научно-образовательной элиты стран, которые сейчас объединены в такой международный государственный линии БРИКС+, многое зависит. Поэтому я хотел пожелать успеха в нашей дальнейшей работе. Хотел бы действительно, чтобы мы сумели не только обменяться хорошими идеями, договориться о взаимном сотрудничестве, чрезвычайно важно, экономически, научное объединение, но еще понять эту общую беспокойность о будущем мира, общей человеческой цивилизации, об общей человеческой судьбе, суметь найти проект тех решений, которые мы ведем в органах государственной власти. Хочу передать право ведения продолжения мероприятия координатор Национального совета воспитательного и научно-образовательного программы БРИКС Алексею Александровичу, является кандидатом в различные занятия. Спасибо.
Dear participants, allow us to make some changes to the rules of the conduct of the conference. We kindly ask you to bring the discussions of the reports to the fields of the Congress. There are many speakers ahead. All reports deserve attention and arouse interest in discussion. However, we need to have time to complete the conference before the protocol dinner with the participants of the Congress. Please limit yourself with 10 minutes for reports. The issue of the global south is a pressing scientific challenge for the whole world. Researchers from Brazil, who substantiated the need to create Mercosur currency zone, make a significant contribution to solving the problems of the theory of polycentricity. Scientific research conducted at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro has traditionally been pragmatic in nature, and its results are oriented towards practical implementation. Dear Dr. Daniel Barreiras, Associate Professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, please take the floor. The topic is Observatory of the 21st Century, an experiment in geopolitical analysis from a global South perspective.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Daniel Barreiras from Rio, and I would like to share with you some ideas and some of our recent enterprise in Rio concerning the building of a think tank aiming at building a global South view of international relations and geopolitics and the global affairs. So I'd like to present to you the International Observatory of the 21st Century. That's our new enterprise that we use. Okay. So we are the observatory is an independent think tank in the field of international relations. The headquarters of the observatory is in my university, the Federal University of Rio, but we have the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul as a partner in that enterprise. So our objective is to produce an active reflection on the current transformations in the world system, because we all know that countries in the global South should not be comfortable with Anglo-Saxon ways of observing the global system. So we should have, and we must have, proper ways and particular ways of understanding what's happening in the world. So the objective of our think tank is to produce reflections and produce knowledge for possible paths and strategies to be followed by Brazil and other BRICS countries, especially now that BRICS is a bigger family. So what are the main hypotheses that our think tank assumed to think about the future prospects of international relations? So I'd like to share this with you because we are really eager to make partnerships with all academic conditions in BRICS countries, so we can think together about what is happening in the global system. First one, we understand it's a firm conviction, a firm understanding by our observatory that we are seeing the end of the ethical and military monopoly of the Western powers and of their unconditional Asian allies that have controlled the global power for the last 200 centuries. So we understand that it's the moment of reflecting about what are ethical rules in the system, what means to have a rules-based system, which rules are these, who produces these rules. So we cannot accept, that's our understanding, we cannot accept ethical rules that come from particular countries and that are universalized, and imposed to other countries. Number two, I'm sorry for, there's an error in the PowerPoint. We understand that, or at least we're predicting that in face of the challenges that are coming from the global South, the countries of the seven will strengthen their internal bonds, will become probably more tied together. Yeah? They will probably become a formal and fundamental power block in a fragmented world order. Yeah? But in spite of that, we understand that the G7 might become a bloc without the same economic and cultural centrality it had in the past. So it's clear for us, and I think for you as well, that the Western monopoly is over. Of course, changes in the system takes time, but we have seen effectively, we have seen actually the plate tectonics of the global order being shaken. Our third hypothesis is that we predict that the United States will attempt to dictate again and design rules of the international order, because we see, well, we are seeing that. We are seeing that now. All efforts by Washington to withdraw the actual rules of the system, but we as a hypothesis, we imagine they will not succeed. We really try to repolarize the system between the West and its enemies, so to say. And in our understanding, we are seeing this right now in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and we are seeing that in the South China Sea, especially with the alliance between the United States, with the United Kingdom and Australia. So we understand that we will try to repolarize the world system, but we understand, or at least we predict, they will fail. And the alignments of global democracies with the American strategy should not flourish. And I think Brazil is an example. We have faced recently a great challenge to our democratic system. Brazil was somewhat helped by the Western powers in that struggle against undemocratic forces in Brazil. But it won't mean that Brazil became because of that, an unconditional ally of the United States. We shouldn't expect that. So I believe that it's probable that most democratic countries in the world will seek their own path in spite of being democratic, and will not align to the United States just because they are democratic countries. The fourth hypothesis that we are working with is that the future global system will be a multipolar, and I think it's already a multipolar system, and a never-changing kaleidoscope. Which means that we understand that we are going to face regional spheres of influence, and the hegemon will have to accept that. And the formation of cross-cutting continental civilization blocks based on different identities, for example, Islamic, African, Latin American, But we understand that these different cultural blocks in the world will be superposed. They will not exclude one another. The gruesome expectation we have that we must be prepared, probably prepared by the fact that for the fact that the global system may revert to an anarchic states that seems like the 18th century Europe, which means that there are no global rules, no global system of defense and security, So we are predicting continuous wars and strong turbulence, the absence of mere hegemony or permanent supremacy, but with a change. In the 18th century, the power of destruction involving wars was a fraction of what we have now in the 21st century. So the expectation that the system may revert to some kind of anarchic system like the 18th century Europe is very problematic, and we should work on it. We are anticipating in South America, at least in Brazil, that wars will occur and will continue to happen in the European continent or in the closest proxies, And we see that as an inevitable consequence of the dismantling of the world system. And we see that the United States, understanding that they are losing their hegemony, they will try to be involved in more proxy wars that involves EU, European Union partners, and we should be aware of that. The second one is that we may face in the near future, in the next 20 years or maybe less, significant challenges to global consensus building and rulemaking. We grew used to one set of rules that comes with that came, of course, from the hegemon, But as the system becomes much forward, really much forward, we believe that there's no more, it will be more difficult to find consensus. So our abilities to make negotiation in the world might and they have to improve, because it won't be easy to find consensus. We have to build institutions able to make our countries find a common ground. So we see the growing of different cultures, civilizations, each one of these unique and irreducible, no longer a single global civilization. We think it's done, for good. And so we are expecting diverse ethical, moral, and political patterns all over the world. And we have to learn how to negotiate with different cultures, different civilizations, etc. On economic change, we are seeing that military and economic competition between different power blocks will promote technological leaps unprecedented, and we must be prepared to that. We are seeing roboticization, cyberization, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, changing the landscape of economics all around the world. We are seeing also that, we are predicting also that this technological transformation will increase inequality between peoples, and this might be a big problem. The world is already unequal, and it might become more unequal due to these technological transformations. And we are predicting also that this technological and inequality will dismantle the class structure of capitalist society, bringing different defies, different challenges to internal stability all around the world. In terms of political change, we know that we see that neoliberalism imploded the intervention capacity of peripheral states years before the economic globalization finds its end. So the capacity of peripheral states is really decreased now, and they have to face a very challenging world with impoverished states, and maybe it's the role of Brazil, India, China, and Russia, and all the BRICS help these countries to find again safe stability and a safe building construction. We know that also the crisis caused by neoliberalism have taken the representative institutions of the democratic political systems all around the world, and it's taking its toll right now. We have a lot of instability because states and political systems were imploded during the last 20 years. We have to face that because it's a major source of instability, of global instability. Classical forms of creating social and political identities like parties, unions, and pressure groups, they have lost their effectiveness, and new social and political actors are on the ground. We have to recognize that, for better or worse. We can just hide. We can't see the 21st century as it was the 20th century. New things in political terms are there, and these new forms of identity in political action are deeply involved in something that we see as attempts to manipulate the unconscious mind of citizens. you are all aware about the concept of hybrid warfare, and it's all around the world. No, wars are no longer fought only in the battlefield. They are fought every day, in cities, in media, and we must have, as countries in the global south, deep understanding of what is at stake, so that we can prevent that our societies be captured by foreign or enemy agents trying to manipulate the collective unconscious of our population. We in Brazil, we have gone through this. It was a very difficult situation. We are just going out of this right now. And this is a very, very hot topic in Brazil, how unconscious can be maintained. And about Brazil, just to finish the presentation, what about Brazil, Latin America, and the BRICS? Of course, we understand that the BRICS are fundamental for the stability of their own participant countries and their partners outside this. We understand that in spite of the fact that the BRICS is not, the BRICS are not a military or a geopolitical bloc, but its expansion signs the decline of the hegemony of Western power, Western European powers, values and institutions. BRICS is not a geopolitical alliance, of course not. It's a geoeconomic alliance, but it has how can I say this? It has some geopolitical content. Maybe it's not totally clear, but as our countries join together for a joint enterprise, especially an economic one, we are signing to the world that we no longer accept the Western rules. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that we are, we always see this in Western media, that BRICS is something like a challenge to NATO. It's, of course, it's not the case. We're not challenging anyone. We're just trying to find a common ground to think about our future and the future of our planet. That's it. If the Western powers see BRICS as some kind of challenge to NATO, we must rethink these ideas. They're not that. Of course, as I said, there's a geopolitical content in BRICS. We must face it. What can we do? It's understandable. And how do you think about Latin America? We see Latin America as a semi-distant and a privileged vantage point, from which we can observe all these global power arenas, because we are actually not involved in any flashpoint in the world. We have no border problems. We have no difficult situations with our neighbors. So we see Latin America as a vantage point from which other BRICS countries can see the world, of course, we can share this, can see the world from, as we said, a semi-distant position. It doesn't mean, of course, that we are not involved. We are deeply involved in everything. That's why that's what BRICS is all about. We are involved in all things in the world. But as we don't have any geopolitical flashpoints around us, we believe that we can see things different. This is good, because if you are thinking about how BRICS can become a platform to understand better the world, we are definitely not happy with, especially in international relations studies. We're not particularly happy with Anglo-Saxon studies. They have their way to see the world. We have the concepts, we have the ideas, okay, that's fine. But it's not enough for us. And we understand that BRICS need to, the BRICS countries need to have a critical and a multifocal way of understanding how global politics works. And we are sure that Brazil can become a special partner in all of this. We are very committed to that, and I invite you all here to be part of our observatory and contribute with our reflections and create a good environment for our countries to be able to what's going on in the world and overcome the Western way of thinking what's happening. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Valeria. As I know, the connection with Saudi Arabia has been restored. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mohammed Ashraf, Professor, Dean of the College of Science and Human Studies of Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. I hope my voice is now audible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. There was some problem in the connection, I think, in the before, but that's good that it is all solved now. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow educators, today I'm here with you to discuss a topic of immense importance to our global society. It's about forecasting global dynamics in education. In this ever-evolving world, it is crucial that we not only understand the current state of science and education, but also anticipate and prepare for the dynamic changes that lie ahead. Saudi Arabia has embarked upon an unprecedented reform agenda known as Vision 2030, which aims to create a dynamic, diverse, and sustainable economy. To meet the demands of 21st century knowledge-based labor market, Saudi Arabia must develop a highly skilled population, which puts education at the center of Vision 2030. In the year 2022, the Saudi government allocated an equivalent of about 37.5 billion pounds in the year 2022, only to the education. It is more than any other sector. With Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has committed to an ambitious cross-sectoral reform agenda. The education system is at the forefront of the country's effort to diversify its economy. Focusing on developing human capital is crucial if Saudi Arabia is to transition to a balanced and sustainable economy that is less dependent on fossil fuels and public sector employment. Now, in Saudi Arabia, the tertiary education sector is divided into three pillars, which is universities, college, and technical and vocational institutions. There are a total of 60 universities, out of which 18 are in the private sector. So science and education are taken as the pillars of the progress for this country. So as we delve into the future, we must recognize the key drivers, challenges, and emerging trends that will shape these domains, and more importantly, how we can navigate these changes effectively. So let's see some of the key drivers that are included because of the foresight. So the first and the foremost is embracing technological advancement. These are the driving the future of science and education. From artificial intelligence to the big data analytics, technology is transforming the way we conduct research, analyze data, and deliver educational content. It is not merely a tool, it is a catalyst for innovation. Our ability to forecast indicates that technology will play a pivotal role in the years to come. We can expect innovation such as virtual laboratories, personalized learning platforms, and remote collaboration tools to become increasingly prevalent. Global demographics are shifting rapidly with population growth, increasing urbanization, and aging societies. These changes have far-reaching implications for both education and science. Forecasting suggests that the demand for education will continue to rise, creating opportunities for online and lifelong learning programs. Additionally, shifting demographics will affect the composition of the scientific workforce, leading to increased diversity in research and innovation. Addressing the climate change and sustainability is also very important. This impending climate crisis and sustainability concerns are driving a fundamental shift in our research priorities and educational curricula. Forecasting indicates that interdisciplinary approaches will become the norm as we strive to address environmental challenges. The green technology sector is set to expand, fostering collaboration between science, education, and industry. However, it is not a very smooth sailing. We must also recognize the challenges and disruptions that lie ahead. So the first challenge, tackling access disparities. So despite the promise of technology, access disparities persist in education and scientific research. It is imperative that we address these disparities, particularly in lower income regions. Bridging the digital divide and making quality education and research accessible to all are fundamental goals that must guide our actions. Ethical concerns surround the technology. Data privacy and the use of AI in science and education are on the rise. Forecasting indicates that ethical considerations will remain at the forefront of discussions, necessitating the development of robust ethical frameworks and guidelines to guide our practices. Ensuring funding and resource allocation is also very important. Sustaining adequate funding for research and education remains a constant challenge. Forecasting indicates that competition for funding will intensify, demanding innovative financing models and resource allocation strategies. Collaboration between the governments, academia, and the private sector is crucial to address these challenges effectively. So as we embrace these drivers and confront these challenges and disruptions, we must also recognize the emerging trends that will shape the future. So the first one is embracing interdisciplinary collaboration. The future demands that we embrace interdisciplinary collaboration. Complex global challenges such as climate change and pandemics require expertise from various fields. Educational programs will increasingly emphasize cross-disciplinary learning to prepare individuals for collaborative research and problem solving. Embrace the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is not just a catchphrase. It is becoming a necessity now. Forecasting indicates that the concept of lifelong learning will become a fundamental aspect of education. Individuals must continuously update their skills and acknowledge to adopt a rapidly changing world. Micro-credentials, online courses, personalized learning paths are among the emerging trends that will shape the future of the education. Promoting open science and open education practices, which include like open access publishing and data sharing, are expected to become more widespread. Forecasting suggests the expansion of open education resources, enabling learners worldwide to access high-quality educational content at little to no cost. This also includes a diversity in different ways of offering courses in higher education institutions as well as K-12 institutions. And this is becoming now increasingly popular in Saudi Arabia as well, where earlier there was only school face-to-face education was the way of education, but now there is like blended learning, online learning. Such platforms are becoming more and more popular, and like collaborative online international learning programs are increasing a lot in Saudi Arabia, called COIL. So such initiatives are on the rise. So in conclusion, as we look ahead to the dynamic future of science and education in the GCC countries, it is evident that we face both challenges and opportunities. By forecasting and planning for the future, we can ensure that these domains remain catalysts for the positive change, engines of innovation, and vehicles for progress. This Saudi Vision 2030 and the evolution of education in Saudi Arabia are the key drivers of the country's socio-economic transformation. With a focus on national development goals, Saudi Arabia is committed to diversifying its economy and developing a future-ready workforce. The higher education segment plays a pivotal role in this journey. By embracing innovative teaching models and leveraging educational technology, higher education institutions in the kingdom aim to enhance learning outcomes and meet changing demands of a dynamic labor market. I hope this agreement in August 2023 at Johannesburg boosts the academic mobility across the BRICS borders. Looking forward to have collaboration with BRICS nations in the years to come. Thank you very much for your time and for your listening.
Thank you. Well, Egypt has a strategic location in Africa, and we are talking not only about control over the Suez Canal, but also proximity to the epicenter of current events in the Middle East. An important role of the regionalization of political processes is played by the factor of collective identity of states capable to joint foreign policy activities. At the Beirut Arab University in Alexandria, some new results have been obtained from a study of the relationship between social and political concepts in the context of understanding the role of collective identity. Please welcome Dr. Nermin Ouni Mohammed, Professor and Head of the Department of Psychology of Beirut Arab University in Alexandria from Egypt via video conferencing. The topic is the prospects for cooperation in education with BRICS countries.
Hello everybody. I'm actually Nani. I'm from Egypt. I'm head of the psychology department in PAU, Beirut University, Arab University. I'm from Egypt, okay? Now I will talk about the prospect of educational collaboration between Egypt and BRICS countries. Educational collaboration between countries plays an important role in promoting knowledge exchange and fostering closer partnership. In recent years, Egypt has shown growing interest in strengthening its ties with BRICS countries in various sectors, including education. In this article, I can explore prospects of education collaboration between Egypt and the BRICS countries, highlighting the benefits and the opportunities can well. First, highlighting of this is exchange based to practice. Exchange best practice. Egypt and the BRICS countries can engage in exchange of expertise and best practice in education. Egyptian schools and universities can benefit from the innovative teaching methods and successful education practice employed in the BRICS country. This exchange can contribute to enhancing the quality of education and creating streamlined and innovative learning environments. Teacher capacity improvement. Teacher capacity improvement is a vital aspect of education. Collaboration, educational collaboration. Egyptian teachers can benefit from training and professional development opportunities provided in BRICS countries, exchange the experience in teaching methodologies, utilizing technology in education, and developing skills in planning, assessment, and student engagement can enhance the capacity of teachers in Egypt and elevate the overall quality of education. Third, higher education and scientific research. Collaboration in higher education and scientific research can be strengthened between Egypt and the BRICS countries by sharing the experience in research organization, scientific conference, and establishing joint research network can foster academic cooperation, establish cooperation. Egyptian students and researchers can avail themselves of training and study opportunities in universities and research centers in the BRICS countries, particularly in fields such as medical science, engineering, technology, agriculture, and software. Four, technical and vocational education. Collaboration in technical and vocational education can be enhanced between Egypt and the BRICS countries, like exchanging knowledge in developing vocational training, developing and acquiring skills more on the job market can improve employment prospects and develop the workforce in both Egypt and the BRICS countries. This collaboration can contribute to economic and social development in the region. These developing academic networks and BRICS countries can establish an academic network to facilitate collaboration in research, curriculum development, and joint academic goals. This network can create opportunities for academic partnership between institutions, from students and faculty, shows and encourage collaborative research initiatives. Such network can foster a vibrant educational community and strengthen educational practice in Egypt and the BRICS countries. 6. Promoting faculty and staff exchange. Encouraging faculty and staff exchange between educational institutions in Egypt and the BRICS countries can facilitate the transfer of knowledge, teaching methodologies, and best practice. This can help enhance the skill and competence in education and contribute to the improvement of educational system implementation. 7. Encourage research partnership. Facilitating research partnership between universities and research institutions and scholars in Egypt and the country can form joint research projects and academic publications. This can lead to a process and very study and contribute the global body of approach. Facing the last, the organization joint workshop and conference. Joint workshop seminars and conference can serve as a platform for educators and researchers from Egypt and the BRICS country to share their expertise and insights. This can foster dialogue, facilitate the exchange of ideas, and encourage collaboration in educational projects and research initiatives. At the conclusion of that, collaboration in education between Egypt and the BRICS country holds significant potential for mutual benefit through the exchange of expertise, which is available collaboration in higher education and scientific research and the development of technical and professional education. Both Egypt and the BRICS country can improve the quality of education, skill development, and academic cooperation by fostering academic network. They can create sustainable partnership and contribute to the advancement of education and local skill implementation. That Egypt and BRICS countries can foster meaningful education collaboration that contribute to the development of human capital from cultural understanding and advanced knowledge and innovation in respective nations. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nermin from Egypt. Thank you. Well, on the sidelines of the Globalistics 2023 Congress, it is planned to sign an agreement on cooperation in science and education between Lomonosov Moscow State University and the leading University of India, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Allow me to give the floor to one of the leading professors of Nehru University, dear Professor Sanjay Pandey. Please take the floor. Now, the topic is cooperation among BRICS countries in social science research.
Thank you very much. First, Faculty of Global Studies, thank you. Moscow State University, thank you. Ruslan, thank you. In the morning, we heard some very interesting and impressive presentations, especially by Professor Askar Akayev, which clearly showed that the countries of BRICS of the South have moved quite a distance and have already or are about to overtake G7. China, according to some estimates, in terms of purchasing power parity, is already #1, or in nominal terms will be #1 in a couple of years. India this year achieved the distinction of being the 5th largest economy. In purchasing power parity terms, we are 3rd largest. So similarly, there were so many facts and figures, and it was a very, very exhaustive presentation in which the achievements of China, particularly China, but also India and other BRICS countries were clearly highlighted, not just in terms of economy and GDP, but also in terms of their scientific and technological prowess, innovation, scientific publication, and so many other fields. However, despite this impressive achievement, we cannot forget that the global agenda and the global discourse is still set by countries of Europe and US, North America. In the last 500-600 years, Europe has dominated the rest of the world, not just militarily, economically, technologically, but more so in the realm of ideas and in setting the global agenda. The narratives that we have, most of them. I teach in a university, although I teach Russian foreign policy for your interest, but I'm basically a political scientist and a student of international relations. Now, in our political science course and in our IR theory courses, most of the concepts and scholars that we study, so in political thought, for example, 2 papers are there in political thought, ancient and modern, and most of the thinkers, with a few exceptions, are Westerners, Socrates, and down to Marx, and then what we call behavioral revolution, post-behavioral, post-behavioral. In about 20 or 25 thinkers that students in political science study, not even 5 are of Indian origin or are from any other third world country. Similarly, when it comes to international relations, my friend from Brazil talked about an alternative vision. Here again, the same theories of realism, new realism, the liberals, the social constructivists, whatever, feminists, Marxists, Frankfurt School, all we study is almost entirely Western. So the main point that I'm trying to make is that Western hegemony cannot be challenged unless we come out with an alternative academic agenda, unless we can come out with a narrative of our own, and we can clearly show that there was, our own historical cultural experience in countries like China, India, and Russia, who call themselves as civilization states, and I may very well add Iran. And there are so many other countries, including in South America, who have their own rich histories and contributions, and something which is not entirely known. So the purpose should be, now, including, for example, on issues, most of the time when in political science, the issues that we discuss, the issues of democracy, liberty, equality, fraternity, justice, democracy, governance, and we understand democracy in a way which is very, very Western, as a constitutionally limited government, rule of law, separation of powers, division of power, independent judiciary, maybe in diverse countries like India and Russia, a federal arrangement. Well, all these are useful, but we have to realize that most of these are Western imports. From time to time, there has been criticism, including in Russia, and I remember some of the speeches of President Putin, in which he talks about there can be no universal models of democracy. There cannot be democracy from above, imposition of democracy. Each society has its own historical, cultural experience, its own requirements, its own problems, and democracy needs to be adjusted and adapted to the local environment in order to find ground, local ground, and to really, in order to evolve a democratic culture in these countries. So we have heard such voices. We have heard from China, from Mahathir Mohamad of Indonesia, who talked about Asian values, values in which the individual is important as part of a larger collectivity, and the sensitivities and concerns of collectivity are also important. We have had Slavophiles in Russia who in the 19th century talked about Russia's own unique experience, Russia's own communes, Obstina. And in 20th century, we have this movement called Evraziystva, the Eurasianists, who saw Russia as a bridge between Europe and Asia, who has something in common with both, but is at the same time unique and distinct. And along with serving as a bridge, can also bring light to the world in so many other ways. Of course, Russia's scientific achievements, you just have to Google in order to realize how much scientific achievement Russia has in the 18th and 19th century, and the achievements in field of literature in the 19th and early 20th century is for anyone to read and see. India and China's achievements, not just in economy, and don't forget, till 300 years back, 250 years back, half of global GDP, only 250 years back, was GDP of China and South Asia, India. And similarly about global trade, half of the total global trade for more than a millennium was trade between India, China, and the rest of the world. So these achievements, and these are not very old figures, this is only 250 years back, but it is also no denying the fact that at the time of independence, India's GDP was 0.5% of the global GDP, and something similar about global trade. We have covered quite a distance in this, but as I said, the real requirement is to create an alternative worldview when it comes to issues of democracy, human rights, or international relations, or at the same time, the norms and agenda setting is also something which is very important. In the last few years, we have seen how China and Russia, and to some extent India, has come out with their own views, and especially on the war in your neighborhood, we have seen how the Western understanding of the situation was not. And I was very impressed by some of the non-permanent members from Africa, including Senegal, who in their speeches in the UN Security Council, they took such an independent and autonomous position that it was, in fact, countries like India and China can learn from them when it comes to the articulation of their worldview on various global and regional issues. So that's all I have to say, since time is limited. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring report. We feel how good the political school in Jawaharlal University is. Sometimes I felt like I'm listening to the Prime Minister or something on this level. Thank you.
We are known for critical thinking and, by the way, largely opposed to the establishment.
Thank you. The expansion of BRICS makes its own adjustments to the theory of global governance. The commitment of the BRICS countries to the goals of forming a polycentric system of international relations implies a transition from the concept of global governance to global regulation. Please welcome Dr. Yan Bo, Professor, Deputy Director of School of Russian and Eurasian Studies of Shanghai International Studies University from China, via video conferencing. The topic is BRICS expansion and global governance reform. Dr. Yan Bo, are you with us? Welcome.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые. Здравствуйте, как слышно? Так, как слышно, проверяю связь.
Слышно, отлично.
Ага, хорошо, спасибо. Еще раз добрый день, уважаемый модератор. И благодарю, во-первых, организаторов в лице факультета глобальных процессов за приглашение выступить в столь солидной аудитории, особенно после вдохновляющей речи премьер-министра. Итак, в рамках 15-го саммита БРИКС приняли решение пригласить Аргентину, Египет, Иран, Эфиопию, Объединенные Арабские Эмираты и Саудовскую Аравию стать полноправными членами Альянса, и их членство начнется с 1 января следующего года. С учетом новых членов, география БРИКСовцев охватит тогда Азию, Африку, Ближний Восток и Латинскую Америку. Согласно данным Всемирного банка, за 2022 год ВВП 11 стран БРИКС составит 28,9% от глобального, а в странах, входящих в объединение, будут жить 46% населения Земли. В своем коротком докладе позволите акцентировать ваше внимание на 3 вопроса. Как меняется весь БРИКС в энергетической сфере? Это раз. Что привнесут новые члены в БРИКС? Это 2. И как это связано с реформированием системы глобального управления? Это 3. Итак, присоединение Саудовской Аравии, Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов и Египта вызвало еще больше дискуссий о стратегическом влиянии стран БРИКС в энергетике и вопросу дедоларизации. Расширенный состав БРИКС объединит крупнейших мировых производителей и потребителей нефти с учетом того, что Саудовская Аравия, Эмираты и Иран являются членами Организации стран-экспортеров нефти. Ожидается рост влияния БРИКС на мировом энергетическом рынке. Сегодня большая часть мировой торговли энергоносителями осуществляется в американских долларах. а с расширением средства БРИКС по продвижению торговли в альтернативных валютах. Согласно данным Британского института экономических исследований, в марте текущего года на страны БРИКС приходилось 31,5% мирового ВВП по паритету покупательной способности, превосходя большой семерки, у которых 30,7%, состоящую из 7 развитых стран. А после расширения стран БРИКС их вес в мировой экономике еще больше возрастет. Лидеры БРИКС достигли в Йоханнесбурге консенсуса по укреплению сотрудничества между странами в местных валютах. Особенно это касается взаимных расчетов, инвестиций и финансирования. Обсуждается также идея создания валюты БРИКС. Но по этому вопросу позиции сторон сильно разнятся. Это, скорее всего, вопросы долгосрочной перспективы. Итак, позвольте перейти к следующему вопросу. Что принесут новые члены в БРИКС? Вокруг вступления Аргентины в объединение существуют значительные разногласия. Бредует даже поговорка, что Аргентина присоединятся и тем самым выходят из БРИКС. В этой стране завершилось голосование на президентских выборах, и весь мир пристально следит за окончательными результатами, поскольку одна из самых возможных фигур из претендентов на победу – это крайне правый политик Хавьер Милей, известный как аргентинский Трамп, который выступал за упразднение Центробанка и публично критиковал две страны-основателя БРИКС. Кроме того, трехзначная инфляция, постоянное обесценивание песо, истощение валютных резервов и кредитное сокращение с МВФ на сумму $44 – все это свидетельствует о затруднительном положении, в котором находится третья по величине экономика Латинской Америки. Эфиопия – единственная страна с низким уровнем дохода среди новых 5 членов, но эта страна с населением в 120 миллионов человек является одной из самых быстро растущих стран Африки. С 2004 года она поддерживает темпы роста ВВП более чем на 10%. Однако из-за гражданской войны в регионе Тиграя стране угрожает перспектива разделения. Нынешний премьер-министр Эфиопии Абий Ахмед назвал решение группы стран БРИКС пригласить Эфиопию присоединиться великим моментом для своей страны. Еще одна очень важная страна, которая в этот раз не вошла в БРИКС, поскольку ранее активно обсуждалось возможное членство Индонезии. В Йоханнесбурге приезжал сам лично господин Джоко Видодо. По его словам, Джакарта пока не спешит с принятием решения. При этом Индонезия поддерживает хорошие отношения со странами БРИКС, особенно в экономической сфере. Как заявил лидер Индонезии, он приехал на саммит для того, чтобы выразить свою солидарность развивающимся странам. Нынешний мировой экономический порядок крайне несправедлив, и развивающиеся страны должны объединиться в борьбе за свои законные права. А что касается этот вопрос в контексте реформирования системы глобального управления, то надо отметить, что механизм институт БРИКС связан не только с энергетикой и валютой, что более важно с его значением в реформировании системы глобального управления. Последний саммит привлек беспрецедентное внимание международного сообщества. Расширение и детоларизации – это темы, вызывающие наибольшую озабоченность в внешнего мира. В преддверии и во время саммита западные СМИ в целом делали акцент на разногласия и различия между членами, горячо обсуждая осторожности позиции Индии и Бразилии по вопросу расширения объединения. Международные наблюдатели также полагали, что на этом саммите может быть впервые представлен конкретный стандарт расширения, чтобы подготовиться к его будущей реализации. И поэтому факт красноречиво доказывает, что между 5 государствами-основателями действительно существуют некоторые различия. Но итоги саммита демонстрируют, что различия могут быть преодолены, а общее понимание того, что устаревшая система глобального управления нуждается в срочном реформировании и совершенствовании, объединяет и сближает позиции членов. На самом деле, это общий голос развивающихся стран. Нынешняя система глобального управления была создана на Бреттон-Вудской конференции после Второй мировой войны. Все больше и больше развивающихся стран жалуются на то, что будь то в ООН, МВФ или ВТО, голос развивающихся стран не соответствует их растущим потенциалам. Многие их требования просто игнорируются. Существующий алгоритм управления оторван от реальности. Надо отметить, что механизм сотрудничества БРИКС не ставит своей целью заменить существующие аналогичные международные институты. С самого начала своего создания она ясно давала понять, что не является антиамериканской или антизападной организацией. Она нацелена на реформирование нынешней устаревшей системы глобального управления и хочет дополнить и улучшить ее, а не заменить. Кроме того, в сложившейся геополитической напряженности многие южные страны вынуждены делать выбор, что также вызывает в них все большее желание изменить эту вынужденную ситуацию. Как отметил посол Южной Африки в страны БРИКС Анил Суклард перед саммитом, страны глобального юга больше не хотят, чтобы им указали, кого они должны поддерживать или как действовать. Они достаточно сильны, чтобы отстаивать свою позицию. Идея нынешнего раунда расширения свидетельствует, что БРИКС – это диверсифицированная группа стран, но она действительно представляет собой сдвиг, а именно больше мы с вами не живем в мире, где Соединенные Штаты устанавливают все правила или доминировать над всеми институтами. БРИКС плюс – это не столько замена существующей системы, сколько дополнение и улучшение для нее. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо большое, профессор Янго. Я коротко хотел именно к вам обратиться в том плане, что сегодня я встречался со своей аспиранткой, мы обсуждали научную работу, и она увидела список сегодняшних докладчиков и оказалось, что это ваши студенты, которые у вас в Шанхае учились. Так что, видите, сотрудничество между странами БРИКС идет и в этой студии.
The bridges of education is what we really need. Well, the results of the Russia-Africa summit in 2023 were the adoption of 4 declarations of cooperation. Developing relations with the African continent implies strengthening the role of science and education. As one of the main BRICS participants, South Africa pursues a foreign policy focused on the formation of a common scientific and educational BRICS Plus space. Dear Ms. Paipelda Shardi Jarvis, Secretary General of Subsol of Africa Consortium of Mining Universities between Russia and Africa from South Africa, please take the floor. The topic is the prospects for cooperation with African universities.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Dean, for welcoming us here. And we would also like to thank Katrina, I can't see her here, for ensuring that our stay is memorable here in Moscow. It is very important at this stage to acknowledge that from South Africa and from the subsoil of Africa, we would not be here if it was not for the effort led by Professor Sin from the University of Limpopo. And we acknowledge the team from the University of Limpopo and Dr. Rasland representing the State University of Moscow. In fact, out of that, we have actually remodeled that facilitation style that we are taking it into the subsoil of Africa to be leading whenever we initiate such type of partnership. Thank you very much, Dr. Rasmussen. Okay. My name is Boipelo Jarvis from South Africa. We led this partnership outside any formal structure. And we were fortunate that in July, I was then elected as the Secretary General for the subsoil of Africa. It's a mining consortium in Russia, representing Russian and African universities. Try and be brief. The signing of an agreement to establish the Russian-African Consortium of Technical Universities in Africa was a watershed moment in the flourishing relationship between our continent and Russia. The agreement was signed in St. Petersburg, Russia, at a glittering event attended by dignitaries from several African countries and joined by the Russian counterparts on the 27th of July, 2023. The signing ceremony was a culmination of hard work that spanned several years, particularly led by our own Dr. Masamba. The event signaled the birth of an association that is known as Subsoil of Africa, the International Consortium of African Technical Universities and Industrial Companies that is highly supported by the International Competence Center in Mining and Engineering Education under the auspices of UNESCO. The organization's membership comprises of universities in Ghana, Mali, Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. That was actually the signing of the memorandum in July. As we speak today, we have now moved from 7 countries. Now we represent about 25 countries. We're hoping that in December, by the time we operationalize the organization, we will then have about 30 countries in the continent. Those countries are not limited to Botswana, Lesotho, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, DRC, Gambia, Burkina Faso, Niger, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Senegal, Ethiopia, Burundi, Rwanda, Angola, and the others. The significance of the penning of the agreement to the ever-growing Russia-Africa relations was underscored by not only it being held a few days prior to the second Russia-Africa summit, but also being publicly endorsed by the President of the Federal Republic of Russia, President Vladimir Putin. Addressing the summit, President Putin had this to say on the 26th of July 2023 in St. Petersburg, Russia. We signed an agreement at St. Petersburg University. This is regarding the establishment of the Russian African Consortium of Technical Universities in Africa, subsoil of Africa, where we will train experts together for mining metallurgy. It is an important area of cooperation. Indeed, subsoil of Africa is a platform where African technical universities will collaborate and share the best practices, whilst Russia will provide support and training in the mining and mineral resources engineering fields. We are leaning towards 5 pillars, which is the management of the natural resources, development of policies, and as well as the surveying or explorations, processing and or recycling, and lastly, the Bureau of Standards in the mining environment. Now, it's very important to say, yes, we are now speaking about the mining engineering, but at the heart of it all, it's about history of the continent. It's about our culture. It is not, it was by design that when the colonizers came and attended the Berlin conference to divide Africa, it was very intentional. And at the heart of that was to extract and take away our culture. Even today, history is in songs. When you take away somebody's culture, you are actually saying that within the African context, Africa is known as a continent that is forever begging. Why? Why should we be subjected to that when Africa is so rich? Now, in our operation, we will be partnering with universities across the continent and in the context of BRICS and in the context of the world, any partnership that is going to elevate and propel us to recognize our history, to recognize that minerals are part of our history, to recognize that BRICS in its context is the idea of geoeconomics. And through you, Dr. Ras, we extend an invitation to please look into formalizing the relationship between the State University of Moscow as well as the subsoil of Africa. Okay, I'm just about to wrap up. The subsoil of Africa is led by a continental executive council comprising of the president, the secretary general, and country coordinators. We are ecstatic to be collaborating with universities in Russia, in BRICS countries, as this partnership will see more African students pursuing careers in mining, economics of mining, engineering, arts and culture, mineral resources engineering, that's according to our president, Professor Omaji. It is our organizations which wish that governments from across our continent provide us with the much needed support and even encourage their universities to swell the ranks of the subsoil of Africa. We are indeed grateful to our Russian partnership for crafting a way to see this organization thrive. We are at an inception level. Only in December will be now made it a legal entity. And we look forward to a mutually benefiting working relationship with all our universities in Africa, in BRICS, in Russia, and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fabiana Melnichuk, Professor of the Department of Political Science and the Graduate Program of International Strategic Studies of the Federal University do Rio Grande do Sul, member of research group BRICS, Brazil, via video conference. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to thank the Lomonosov University and the organizers of the Globalistica 2023 for inviting me. I have a presentation that is divided in three parts. First, I propose that to understand the constitution of the world order, we should give priority to the ideational over the material dimension of the concept. This movement allows to address the normative underpinnings of the concept of order as the main drivers of change. Second, I present the creation of BRICS as the result of transformations in the ideational dimension through the increasing normative contestation of the world order that emerged after the end of the Cold War. And third, I locate the origins of these transformations in the state identities of Brazil and Russia that align discursively with the identities of China and India, giving rise to a contestatory movement called BRICS that denounces the partial or selective application of the principles that regulate the international order. BRICS claims created a positive environment for the incorporation of other global South countries in the search for a new world order. I follow social constructivism and define the material dimension of order as the traditional distribution of capabilities approach. Material capabilities are missiles, armed forces, nuclear warheads, economic power that can be mobilized to achieve the state's interests, and so on. According to the way they are distributed in the system, we have different configurations of power: a multipolar order, a bipolar order, or a unipolar order. The last one always doomed to fail according to the realist tradition. To be sure, ideas have always been part of the international order. Christianity was an important principle that regulated the relation of European society during the Middle Ages. Sovereignty was the agreed principle that emerged to regulate the relation of states after the Peace of Westphalia. The dynastic principle, or the principle of legitimacy, was fundamental to order the European society of states after the Concert of Europe. We can also locate the introduction of the principle of self-determination in the 14 points of President Woodrow Wilson. That was further extended in the United Nations Charter, which affirms that it is based in the equal rights of nations, and I quote, large and small, that's the preamble of the Charter, and reassures on Article 2 that the organization is based on the principles of the sovereign equality of all its members. In these examples, ideas are associated with principles so that they naturally bear a normative value. However, in the realm of ideas, there are also those that are against these principles. Like republicanism in the 19th century Europe, for instance, or the internationalism of the socialist ideology of the early 20th century. These oppositional ideas might have a disturbing effect on the international order if other material conditions are satisfied. But there is also a third kind of ideas. Ideas that, in my view, are the most relevant to approach the present time. They emerge out of dissatisfaction with the partial or selective application of the agreed principles that rule the international order. States that have these positions denounce the normative reasons and the normative consequences for that partiality or selectivity. By doing that, they advance their positions by making explicit the cynicism behind double standards. Their ideas want the principles to match the practice. Hence, I call them corrective ideas. Agreed principles, opposite ideas, and corrective ideas are all different kinds of manifestations of what I call the ideational dimension of the international order. It's interesting to note that corrective ideas cannot be contested by those states and organizations that are accused of not implementing them, exactly because they are the entrepreneurs of these ideas. Hence, they are entrapped by what some constructivists call the logic coherence of rules. For instance, once the international order is based on the principle that all states have the right to self-determination, it is not conceivable that states that are part of that order keep being colonialists. Corrective ideas then might be seen as one ideational driver behind the decolonization process after the Second World War. I believe that BRICS is a corrective group. It was an acronym created by Jim O'Neill in 2001 that indicated that those countries that would grow at faster rates and would be safe places to do business. However, from 2006 on, Russia and Brazil pushed for the creation of a political group that would confer content to the label BRICS. It happened on the sidelines of the General Assembly at the United Nations, where Lavrov and Celso Amorim, the Brazilian foreign minister by that time, started the negotiations. It became a political reality in 2009 with the first BRICS summit in Yekaterinburg, Russia. The corrective nature of the ideas behind the BRICS creation can be assessed in the 2009 final declaration. And now I'm quoting 3 paragraphs. Paragraph 3, the emerging and developing economies must have greater voice and representation in international financial institutions, and their heads and senior leadership should be appointed through an open, transparent, and merit-based selection process. Paragraph 5, we urge the international community to keep the multilateral trading system stable, curb trade protectionism, and push for comprehensive and balanced results of the World Trade Organization Doha Development Agenda. Paragraph 12, we underline our support for a more democratic and just multipolar world order based on the rule of international law, equality, mutual respect, cooperation, coordinated action, and collective decision-making of all states. These 3 paragraphs illustrate the notion of corrective ideas behind the BRICS group. But how come that the BRICS happened? How come that the BRICS became a political group? So this is due, according to my analysis, to the transformations in the identities of 2 of the BRICS members during that time, from the 90s to the first decade of the 21st century, Brazil and Russia. And how can we see that? How can we access that? Reading the discourses or the speeches delivered by these countries at the United Nations General Assemblies. In these discourses, they present their view of the world and they present the perspectives or the identity that they have to handle the situations of the international order. And I argue that Brazil and Russia had moved from a very liberal and unipolar identity that accepted the American hegemony to a, in the case of Russia, to a multipolar identity that criticized that hegemony. In the case of Brazil, a developmental identity. So I'm going just to illustrate my point with 2 or 3 quotes for these 2 different periods. For instance, in 1992, if you take Kozyrev's discourse at the United Nations, he by that time rejected communism and told the international community that Russia has learned from its own experiences that there were no alternatives to democracy. I'm quoting him. And said that only an open society and a politics of openness could enable Russia to find and play to the fullest its unique role in history. And he also says that, or said that, partnerships and alliances in favor of democracy and market economy with countries that share these values were the aims of Russian political foreign policy. So if we go to Fernando Henrique Cardoso, Brazilian president, in the middle of the 90s, he says that in 1995, he says that at the United Nations that the post-Cold War was characterized by an increasing convergence between the values of democracy, free markets, and social justice, and said that these values would be related to the freedom and prosperity of all countries. This was clear an indication that Brazil believed in the idea that a new liberal order, unipolar one, centered in the United States, would be good for all countries. If we compare this discourse, for instance, with President Lula in 2003, it becomes clear that Brazil has passed through a very important change. Lula says that trade liberalization should not impose barriers to the ability of countries to formulate autonomous industrial, technological, social, and environmental policies. And Lula emphasized that trade was treated from a perspective as means of development and of combating poverty. Lula even said that the subsidies of rich countries to sectors of their economies were scandalous. In 1996, Primakov identified the problems faced by the United Nations as stemming from the transition between a period of bloc confrontation to another, marked by multipolarity, economic interdependence, and democratization of international relations. And Lavrov, 10 years later, 2006, said that there was a new geopolitical situation in the world, and Russia argued for the formation of new centers of global growth. World governance should be exercised by the collective leadership of major states so that different regions and civilizations would be represented. So if you compare the 90s with the first decade of the 21st century, you see that Brazil and Russia, both countries have passed through this huge identity transformation in the way they presented themselves to the world, in the way that they saw the world that they had to interact with. The question is that, and this is my point, this was responsible for the creation of BRICS. At the beginning, China was reluctant with the initiative, and Brazil and Russia were behind that. However, Brazil and Russia played this role at the beginning, but during the development of BRICS, Brazil changed its perspective. Brazil lost the enthusiasm of the BRICS grouping, and it was due mainly to the internal political changes after the impeachment of President Dilma Rousseff in 2016, and the later ascension of Bolsonaro to the presidency, and his unconditional alliance with the West. In this sense, China took the lead in promoting BRICS, as it is proven by its diplomatic success in brokering the restoration of ties between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which made possible for them to be included in the enlarged BRICS. Enlargement, by the way, that was also the result of China's efforts. The return of President Lula to power will benefit the strengthening of BRICS as Brazil returns to its traditional diplomacy of denouncing the injustice of the international order. The question that remains unanswered, however, is whether BRICS is still a corrective group or will become an oppositional group that aims to alter the international order. I believe that we're moving towards that direction, but I'm not sure exactly if all members of the BRICS group or the new members that will join the BRICS soon are aware of that situation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Professor Venichuk, the real star of BRICS experts, BRICS experts community. Well, there is a suggestion to take a coffee break. We will continue our work in half an hour. Well, in 2022, in India, the Indian higher education system has undergone a reform. Under the new education policy, higher education in India has acquired a global dimension. Dear Dr. Victor Babu Coppola, professor at Bullora University, editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Multidisciplinary Educational Research from India, please take the floor. The topic is Indian education system in the global perspective.
Namaskar. Good evening. I will say Salam Alaikum. Whatever the language, it's greetings to in the evening. Anyhow, I want to present my views on Indian education system in a global perspective. Before that, I want to show my Indian traditional and my Indian identity. The identity always, whenever going to the Japan or Vietnam or Indonesia, wherever I am going for the presentation, I want to show people are recognizing me, you are the Indians. That's why I really respect to the Indian flag, first of all. I want to say, I want to respect to the Prime Minister of India, Modi ji, and the most respected to the Putin ji also, President of Russia, and especially the Global Studies Dean and other people and rector is Victor, Dr. Victor. My name is also Dr. Victor, rector of the Moscow University. His name is Dr. Victor. Anyhow, I really very enthusiastic and very interesting to participate in this conference, Globalistic 2023. Whenever I received the invitation, really this is a surprising to me too. 3 months back, I elected was global community for uniting India. That is the organization formed by the America, but established in India. I am the president of global community, representative of the Indian society to the entire world, what we are giving to the uniting for the justice. This is the concept. Whenever this year the globalistic, this concept is really the need of the hour at present time. People are thinking about global, but where is the local? This is the concept, local to the global to the local. This is a very good concept at present. Of course, wherever we go, we are appreciate our countries, our language, our tradition. This is a very much needed. At the present time, we want to know about the globalistic, global point of view. This conference really challenges of artificial intelligence, AI, and change of scientific and technological paradigms. This is a great topic to discuss the present time. But many people means the students is needed know about this topic at present. After pandemic, every teacher is disappointed because there is no students. So only the mic system and cell phone and the online Zoom meetings are going on. No students and no teachers. We don't know that my children doesn't know that who is your teacher like that on after pandemic, like that one. But my point of topic, my views on this topic is, as a philosopher, as a studied philosophy, ethics-based education is needed. The BRICS is a great organization. China, it's not a joke. This is a great country, and as well as Russia also, and India, Brazil, and South Africa. And these are all it's not a ordinary countries. They collaborated and they took the decision to develop the education system in the political and many ways. But I want to talk about the education, philosophy of education. The Indian education system is based on the philosophy of ethics. Nowadays, students deny the ethics in the education system. And education also nowadays commercial, completely commercial. Institutions are also based on the commercial. There is no value system based education. Sorry to say, when I was in Japan, I asked the one MBBS student what we are learning in the MBBS. He told me, I studied MBBS in the medical field, then I will go for the study. After finish the study, I will go for the service and my profession as per my requirements. But when I was asking to the Indian, some fellows, the medicals, they told me, I paid for the 1 crore for the seat management quota. After finishing this 1 crore, I want to earn the 2 crores from the poor people or other diseased people. That's completely commercial. There is no ethics-based education system nowadays. This is a pathetic condition. I want to give the good suggestion to the BRICS countries. We developed many ways. We organized many conferences and discussed many things. But after discussion, after analyzing all the things, we are forgetting all the things. There is no practicality. There is no implementation. But my suggestion, especially in this conference, BRICS conference, globalistic, this international conference, I want to say one sloka. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityoma Amutangamaya. This concept is really Sanskrit concept, this sloka. Whenever we are in the dark, education will give the light. Whenever in the dark means there's the ignorance. That knowledge, education will give the knowledge. Whenever in that place, that education will give the life. We are forgetting these concepts at present. But Indian education system is from the beginning based on this foundation. Upanishad. Upanishad is the foundation scriptures for the Indian. That's the meaning of Upanishad, that the student and teacher is close relation to sit together and learning more and more knowledge based. That knowledge will give the light to the student as well as the society, as well as the nation will automatically develop. Not only the light, there's the life also. Once we are giving this good education and ethical based education to the student automatically will sustain and develop. that automatically society also will develop, and then automatically country also will develop. These are all the things is really interlinked. Many educationalists are there in India. I like Mahatma Gandhi, M.K. Gandhi. Everybody knows he is a national figure, international figure also, Mahatma Gandhi. He quote, all-round development. Education is nothing but all-round development. Engineering students, they're studying engineering. Medical students, they're studying the medical. And pharmacy students, they're studying the pharmacy. The specific studies are they are studying. But Mahatma Gandhi says, whoever studied the students, studying the student, that student should know that physically, mentally, spiritually, and socially, and historically developments are needed. Not only one angle, multi-dimensional angle that need the development. When I was in master's, after finishing the master's, I'm going to start the disciplinary center in India. The time I approached to the IIT Kharagpur, one of my professor, IIT, that is a big and very good institution in India, IIT. He suggested you can start a multi-disciplinary center for the development to the village students. The village is lacking for the multi-dimensional development. Then I started that multi-dimensional center, multicultural center. Then automatically we are giving to the service to the village level students. Then I have started the journal as multidisciplinary. Every student needs to develop the multidimensionally. Whenever asking some questions, normal questions to the students, first degree students, they won't answer to the even also, because they are always studying in the normal ground. Normal ground is that's bookish only, centric. But we need to develop all around development. My quotation, all around, also needed, all around. Gandhi says, Mahatma Gandhi says, all around development. My quotation is all around development also needed to the every student. This development will give the knowledge-based society. Knowledge-based society will give the development to the nation. Once the development of the nation, the collaboration of the many nations like a BRICS. Once we have to share this development to the nation, like a BRICS, automatically many changes will come. So much progress will come. I want to wish this conference and BRICS collaboration in the future also BRICS plus this is also. I hope, I wish this result will give the peace. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This is my conclusion to this conference. Thank you so much for giving this great opportunity to discuss.
Thank you, dear Professor Victor, for the shiny presentation. Along the global challenge in education, food security issues that correspond to the Sustainable Development Goals remain a pressing issue on the international agenda. Please welcome Aisi Kobena, professor at the University of Limpopo from South Africa, via video conferencing. The topic is climate smart agricultural technologies in smallholder farming systems for food security.
Thank you very much. Presenting from my office here in South Africa. And I don't know if I can share my slides. I have some photos to show you. So I'm going to try and share them. Tell me if they are visible. Can you see them? Can you see the slides?
Professor, we can see
Yes.
this start your report.
Okay, I'm going to switch off the video so that I'll just show the slides. Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk about climate change mitigation and adaptation technologies for farmers. In South Africa, food security is very important in the global change context. And this is what I want to talk about briefly. Just a brief introduction on the climate impacts on agriculture, some background of the role that our center is playing in different groups of farmers in South Africa, and how we can intervene through climate smart agriculture. So that is it. I think agriculture has a unique problem. It's profoundly vulnerable to rising temperatures, weather variability, frequent extreme weather events such as floods and drought. And this is resulting in shifting agroecosystems. Invasive plants are dominating the landscape in the agricultural systems. And then we also have land degradation issues that is confronting farmers. And food losses and waste account for about 30% of the food that is produced, which is a significant component. And then we also have all these challenges on human population increase and the increasing demand for natural resources to mitigate challenges that we are facing, unsustainable practices. And another important point is agriculture is also a significant contributor to greenhouse gases, estimated to be about 18 to sometimes 24%. And without proper interventions, I think agriculture will suffer quite significantly. So our center is part of the risk, it's called the Risk and Vulnerability Science Center. It's part of the Global Change Research Group in South Africa, which is sponsored by Department of Science and Innovation and the National Research Foundations. With 4 main goals: provide risk and vulnerability assessment service to local communities and other users, produce climate smart graduates, assist decision makers in identifying risks to enable planning and mapping of a resilient future. And then we have to bridge the gap between the information that we generate to and policies where it's really needed. So these are just some 4 main issues that we are focusing on: understanding the changing planet, reducing human footprints, adapting the way we live, innovations, and sustainability. And I'm going to talk about just food and fiber security. But all these are some of the activities we are doing at the center. We have 3 groups of farmers in South Africa. Your smallholder subsistence farmer, you have the small-scale commercial, and then a large-scale commercial farmer. The small ones grow mainly for the family and sell the surplus if it's any. They are mainly dry land farmers. And small-scale commercial farmers are emerging as another group of farmers where, through the land reform programs, we have Black communities and farmers inheriting land, but still don't have enough resources to make it work. And then you have your large-scale commercial farmers. So now it's been noted that climate smart agriculture will play a role in helping these farmers. And what is climate smart agric? It's an agriculture that sustainably increases productivity, enhances resilience, which is adaptation, reduces or removes greenhouse gases mitigation, leading to the achievement of national food security and development goals. So our approach is to co-design any interventions with farmers, provincial government, private sectors, and is mainly based on agroecological principles. And we implement these things through on-station and on-farm research trials, on-farm pilot trials, and then monitoring and data collection with target community members. So, going up here. So these are some of the activities under climate smart agriculture: conservation agriculture, regenerative agriculture, organic, and other strategies, water harvesting, shade netting, earthworm production. So for conservation agriculture, is based on 3 principles: disturb your soil minimally, mixed rotation crop soil cover. So our RVSC projects are anchored on these 3 principles. Livestock is an important part in South African economy by the smallholder farmers. So we work on different fodder crops to assist the farmers so that during the winter period where there's feed shortages, they can rely on fodder crops. And also some of these fodder crops is good for erosion control and boost our soil organic matter. So this is another one. This is a bush encroachment from acacia species, and after clearing the bush, this becomes an excellent fodder for goat production for farmers. The same as crop mixtures, maize and lab bean. So what happens in South Africa? Farmers harvest the maize, and after that, the livestock graze on the stover and what is left. So if you have green matter like legume, it becomes an excellent fodder. And then we have moringa, which is an important crop. If you look at the protein content from our trial, 2.9%, quite high, even stronger than Lucerne. So we also work on that. And then we use that in agroforestry systems, as you can see on a farmer's field. The farmer grows moringa in strips, and then in between their dry bean, so that he can harvest the 2 crops. And other agroforestry species are here, pigeon pea, so that we realize that perennial species withstand drought much better than your annuals. And then we have sesbans, which is named as a fertilizer tree, high nitrogen fixation that can be used for soil fertility enhancement. And then the moringa farmer also derive income from it with export market. So we are looking at the whole system approach because we realize that farmers are likely to adopt an intervention if they can generate income from it. So this is another technology, the earthworm vermicompost. We look at different species. Moringa is still strong in the concentration of nutrients. And then intercropping is also used by farmers. And then another study, because of the shifting climate patterns, we realize that we can probably grow some winter crops here. And we look at canola based on different planting dates to identify the window where farmers can grow this crop. Because currently it's mainly summer crops by the farmers. But if you have a grain crop which can be grown in winter, then the season can be utilized fully. So we also do, because we look at mitigation, we do carbon dioxide and stomatal activities in our studies, carbon capture, photosynthesis, water use efficiency, transpiration, and all those stomatal conductance. We do that. This is a moringa study compared to some indigenous species, and we could realize that photosynthesis was quite high in moringa, even though water use efficiency was also high. So we need to work on the water use in moringa. We also do soil carbon emission, trying to measure the amount of CO2 that goes into the atmosphere. Of course, we don't want to recommend technology that will contribute more CO2 gases into the atmosphere. So in one of the studies in rangeland, we simulated drought for 6 years, where we actually prevented rain for 6 years. And then we measure carbon emissions from those studies. So we have a drought versus no drought, no grazing in that combination. And we realized that drought resulted in significantly lower CO2 emission compared to no drought treatment. And this has to do with your organic matter decomposition, microbial activity. Grazing had no impact on CO2 emission. However, higher soil carbon stocks were observed in plots exposed to drought because of high biomass that was left there in the soil. We do that same studies in citrus, and we realize seasonal variation plays a role. We also look at precision farming for some of the farmers where we use remote sensing for fertilizer and nutrient use efficiency and also disease assessment. And then we do other studies like saffron. The province is very dry, so we monitor soil activities quite strongly. And more recently, we also do the ecovalent studies in a semi-commercial farmer field. And there are a lot of community engagement. This is one of the projects where we use earthworm farming actually to decompose green matter or green waste from the farm and then pump it through the drip systems for vegetable production. So there are also some collaborations with other international or national and SADC regions where we educate the farmers through our activities. So this is a farming training program, how to adopt climate-smart agricultural practices. And then we couldn't do this without a strong intervention from the provincial department. We work closely with the government because they know the farmers better than us. And together we are making good progress with our interventions. So concluding remarks, climate change is real and food security is already threatened. And in South Africa, I think our province, for instance, has identified mining, agriculture, and tourism as key economic activities. And generally, the commercial farming system is dominant, but we have so many smallholder farmers that need assistance. So we look at those. We work with academic institutions in the country, both locally and international, and then the NGOs and other farming systems. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Raisi. When we talk about the sustainable goals, there are no questions of more or less importance. Thank you, Professor Raisi, for your research results aimed at the fight against hunger. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the main goals of education is raising an accomplished generation, which is closely related to the perception of the values that are shared by principal society. It is a value system that shape the cultures of peoples. India's experience in understanding the foundations of education deserves close attention in the context of the conference topics. Dear Dr. Com Alexander Carpentier, They are convener of the editorial board of the World Affairs Journal from India. Please take the floor. The topic is India's new education policy 2022 and its guiding principles in the light of evolving cultural and scientific considerations. Please.
Господа профессора, господа, друзья, I will speak English, and that shows the universal impact that the English language will, even when we are talking about other cultures and all. I'm glad that my talk comes after a few others that have touched upon the subject, including Professor Plus. But I will go into some of the specifics of the new educational policy that the government of India has devised. And I think among all the reforms that the current government has launched, this is probably the most appreciated and least controversial, at least in the let's say, industrial economic area. The last few decades have brought radical and often stunning transformations in the state of scientific knowledge, both in the hard, chemical, physical sciences, and the soft, social and psychological domains. The learning disciplines and methods have often failed to keep pace with the multiple and rapid developments that are bringing about the paradigm change, referred to Thomas Kuhn's classic in 1962, and our understanding of the universe and our place in it. Now, at the outset, we should acknowledge that the emerging paradigm takes us closer, in some ways, to the biospheric and noospheric discoveries and theories of Vladimir Vernadsky, which is why this conference and this university are very suitable occasions and sites to present the way in which what we might call a cosmic thinking should influence education and create a new sense of life, and that science of life. And I'm here referring to the title of the book by my friend Hugo Sheldrake. Now, among the few things that I will have to be brief because we have only 10 minutes, but I will say that among the new realizations in the scientific sphere, which are already or should influence and even dictate our approach to education, we have system science, then the explicate dual nature of reality, which refers to a very pioneering work by David Bohm in 1980, and by the follow-up work by Carl Krieger. And then dual aspect monism as a possible reconciliation of physicalism and panpsychism, in other words, materialism and the belief that all reality is consciousness. Then, of course, we have both in science and in technology, quantum entanglement, non-locality, as fundamental features of the subatomic cosmic architecture, the likely omnipresence of organic life, and the potential ability of digital systems, neural networks, to compete with and perhaps one day replace organic life. Gradual recognition of plausible records of a much longer history of humanoid existence and civilization on Earth than we thought until recently, and that we still think in many academic platforms, and scientific verifications of anomalous and extraordinary psychosomatic human abilities alluded to in numerous ancient documents, such as the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali and innumerable others in India and in many other cultures. Now, then, of course, we have to take into account the rapid advances in space travel capabilities and in exoplanetary exploration and industrial prospecting, which shows that our planet is not a closed system. And in fact, therefore, our civilization should realize that we live in an open system, which is in fact an unlimited system. Now, these discoveries are all promising and dangerous, and we have seen how many things can go wrong in the scientific field and in the medical field in particular, if we are playing with living substances such as viruses, which in turn can unleash disastrous epidemics. But there is no question that in science in general,
we have seen the problems posed by nuclear energy together with the opportunities opened up. And let's face it, science is not a series of infallible and final discoveries that we have to take as our eternal guidelines. You know, science is a series of research initiatives which lead to certain results, which may be valid in part, and we have to be reviewed, and in fact should be reviewed every now and then. So there is no certainty in science. There are levels of probability, and as our knowledge advances, we can recognize that certain discoveries were useful, but they were not necessarily all the truth. And in fact, they may not even be ultimately true. Now, I will then go very briefly, before I go into the Indian education system, into the consequences that this has led to, which is briefly what I call the attempt to reinvent human nature, which means that we feel in many areas that there is so much power in the hands of human beings that they can actually reorganize not only their environment, that's an old theory or an old endeavor, ambition, but even recreate themselves through chemical and physical and mechanical sciences. Now, as a result of the changes that are taking place in society, there is a universal need, as several speakers have noted, to completely review and transform education. And that transformation is taking place in different directions, which are not always complementary. But to give a brief example, ChatGPT and its further developments represent an amazing breakthrough, but they also create serious problems as far as the future of the human creativity in education and therefore in research. Because how are we going to be motivated and to motivate most people if we have a set of ready-made solutions, current solutions that are available at the press of a button? If we go in that direction, then human nature, which is not stimulated by challenge and difficulty, tends to become lazy. And that's one of the great problems, because we see that today for a teacher to be able to give a lesson, to impart knowledge, without having the disturbing thought that some students are going to read something very different on their phones, and therefore think that perhaps what he's saying is either not quite right, or that they don't need it because they already have it on their computers. That essentially means that a lot of knowledge, which was taken as a sort of a final knowledge, is now being seen as extremely questionable, basically the result of certain theories. This is particularly true of the social sciences, but it's not entirely wrong in the physical sciences either. History is a very good example. How much of history is a discourse, a narrative, which has been created by somebody, or by some people, with a particular goal, and how much of it is actual facts? We have a famous intellectual in France, Renan, who said that science is history is a small conjectural study. Now, I will then go straight into the second part of my topic, which is the way in which the new education policy of India intends to address and resolve some of those problems. And it is by far the most ambitious and the largest scale attempt to build a new educational system while taking into account most of what is already present, but changing its orientation and its other priorities. And as you know, among BRICS countries, the founding BRICS members, only India and South Africa have the British colonial heritage, which means that most of the higher level knowledge in STEM, but also in the humanities, was derived from British and therefore was now influenced by American models. And therefore trying to change that while respecting the, I would say, indisputable legacy of the British theatre is something that the education policy attempts to do. And it is based on the official recognition that the entire education system at all is to be reconfigured to support and foster learning so that all critical targets and goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can be achieved. Children must not only learn, but learn how to learn. And this was one of the great problems with the Indian traditional education, not traditional, the Indian English shaped education system, which essentially was more about rote learning and accumulating a lot of facts and figures which had to be regurgitated at exams. So the document says pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, enjoyable. So then, education must be character, enable learners to be ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring, while at the same time prepare them for gainful, fulfilling employment. Now, as part of the system, it's fundamental in India to recover, cultivate, and enhance the traditional values in education, so that people can develop national pride, self-confidence, self-knowledge, cooperation, and integration. And as you know, if you look today at the Western prevailing ideology, national pride is not particularly liked. It is considered backward and chauvinistic. And therefore, by emphasizing its focus on national pride and national identity, India is a way running counter to the current wave. But the current wave is beginning to fade because it is showing its defects and its fallacy. So, the heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge and thought, I quote, means that there can be and should be no hard separation between arts and sciences for a holistic education based on the unity and integrity of knowledge. Some speakers have already touched upon these needs. With that goal in mind, in view, the policy has put a national mission on foundational literacy and numeracy, which is still very much lacking. And that becomes, therefore, a basis. And here I note, and this is my personal observation, that similar problems of literacy and numeracy are increasingly appearing in developed and prosperous countries, where the literacy and numeracy levels are falling alarmingly, and I'm particularly referring to North America and Western Europe, which is something that should make us think about the current educational policy. This, of course, leads me to an even more controversial observation that in the West, one of the reasons for the decline of Western society, which everybody is observing, is the fact that when I say Western society, I don't mean, of course, geographic. Some countries are Western even when they are not in the West, and others are not even when they're in the West. But the fact is that we have gradually privileged, in the name of making education easier for all and more popular, we have privileged subjects which very often end up being unworthy of serious inclusion in the curriculum. And I'm now talking about things that are appearing in universities as usual. America leads the way, but it's becoming quite prevalent in Europe, such as choir studies, things like that. So I'm going to go quickly on that, but clearly the spirit of the Indian education policy is going contrary to that, and we should all be grateful that it is. So the other thing, and I will touch very briefly on two other points. The question with India, as with many other great multicultural countries, is the variety of languages. India has up to 1,600 dialects and minor languages, 22 scheduled languages in the constitution, and as I said, much of the higher education and culture and even political life is carried out in English. So what is the, how to reconcile the preservation of traditional languages with the growing preponderance of English, and of course the attempt to also create a national indigenous language, I mean not create it, but to be part of the disseminated, which is Hindi. So here the education policy essentially plans for a 2 to 3 language education, which should make people, in fact, more versatile in their minds and in their abilities to learn. And therefore, the first few years of teaching are done in the regional local language. And then there are options for 2 more languages, one of which should be Hindi, but not compulsory. That will depend upon the regional states institutions. And then Sanskrit is being given a high priority as a important option, not compulsory, but highly emphasized, because Sanskrit is a repository of ancient Indian civilization and knowledge, and therefore it is given maximum importance as far as the forming of people who have a culturally rooted and nationally well-shaped personality. And here I should say that the delicate debate that, of course, has emerged is that some minorities in India feel that this is an attempt to impose what is called majority culture. Of course, that's a great challenge for all countries such as India, Russia, China, which have to deal with their inner diversities and which still need to maintain and even increase the sense of national unity. So there again, there has to be a careful balance which the educational policy seeks to achieve. So from the basic education, primary education, which according to the new policy starts at 3, so that children can be given early on a social, ethical, and cultural basis through their own local culture. Then we go on to higher education, and here the higher education reform, the main problems are identified as a fragmented system, rigid separation between disciplines, and an early specialization, too early specialization, and then no emphasis on research and lack of funding for it. This has already been discussed. It is a problem of many developing countries that research is not getting a high priority because there are too many basic priorities to be taken into account. Then, of course, the regulatory system, which is generally perceived as being ineffective. And then there are some more technical administrative issues, such as the fact that there are very large universities which have a lot of affiliated colleges, lead to a low standard of undergraduate education in many affiliated colleges. I will also mention that one of the important initiatives, apart from the increasing the numbers of IITs, is also the creation of a national research foundation, and which will be funded, of course, by the central government with support from private donors. And also the fact that the admission of foreign universities to open campuses in India is still a debate, because there is a questionable, a questionable result, which is that foreign universities, especially from certain countries, will tend to bring a whole baggage of Western ideological and political orientation, which may not be compatible with the national interest. And therefore, I think there has to be a very careful selection of universities and choices in order to make that possible, but also desirable. Finally, I will say that one of the great challenges of the national education policy is that it is very ambitious. And in order to carry it, it must train a lot of very well prepared teachers in their turn to be able to communicate these values and to implement these practices and these policies with their students. So the combination of Indian traditional knowledge with the modern science is one of the most appealing and one of the most promising, but also one of the most difficult ones. Because we see, for example, that India wants to make its traditional systems of medicine, and there are 6, part of the education of any medical student. And as you know, there is a lot of opposition to that in the Western medical scientific community, to the point where in the European Union, there is now talk in Parliament to ban Ayurveda and to ban homeopathy, which are seen as fake sciences. So India will have to face these headwinds and impose its own philosophy of education, culture, and civilization. And I'm glad that some of the debates we had in previous years with our Russian colleagues in the Dialogue of Civilizations, the World Public Forum involved, will in fact continue to contribute to the current movement which is taking place towards the reforming of educational programs in the light of traditional cultures, and that is where BRICS countries can cooperate with each other to achieve these outcomes, as we have heard from people from Saudi Arabia, from Africa, and from Brazil. So this is where a very fruitful exchange of knowledge can take place And I can say that India has developed now in the last 20 years some of the most amazing and complete knowledge base, research databases in the world, in both, for example, in botany, in traditional medicines, in languages, linguistics, semantics. They are probably the largest and best organized systems that the world has at this point. And I will be glad, of course, to let you know more about it if you wish to find out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The economic power of United Arab Emirates and its investment potential played an important role in the decision to join the UAE to the BRICS Interstate Association in 2023. The University of Al Ain is a young but rapidly developing university and a potential partner of the research and educational centers present here. Please welcome Dr. Samaya Tawfiq Dawood, Deputy Dean of Humanities and Social Science Programs in Al Ain University from the United Arab Emirates via video conference. The topic is higher education collaboration potentialities in an era of economic partnership. Insights from the UAE. Please welcome Dr. Samaya.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Let me just share my PowerPoint slides. Can you see the slides?
Yes, it's full screen.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Sumaya Dawood. Thank you for the introduction. I'm the Deputy Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences from Al Ain University. I'm presenting today from the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. So once again, I'm speaking from my office at Al Ain University. Particularly today, I will be addressing this topic, which is appealing and pressing about higher education collaborations, and particularly talking about how the economic partnerships can be game changers when it comes to higher education. I will shed some light on the United Arab Emirates' interest in strategic policies and its vision for 2030 in particular, because as probably most of you know, that the United Arab Emirates joined BRICS just a couple of months ago. And this sheds light on the extent to which the UAE is invested in collaboration, not at the economic level, but also at the higher education level. Like before I get started, I'd like to say that my home university itself started to create collaborations with Russian universities, for example, and they signed memorandum of understanding with some universities in Russia. Now, probably everybody would like to ask this question: why do we need to collaborate? How does collaboration change the landscape of higher education globally? And if we speak about these countries that are involved in this alliance, BRICS countries, probably because education is all about the students and education of the students, this population, one of the primary roles would be educational reform. When we say reform, doesn't necessarily imply that the educational system in any of these countries is like destroyed or needs rebuilding from scratch. But we live in a dynamic world where technological advancement and the political powers are changing, and this technology of artificial intelligence and cutting edge technologies widely are changing every day. We need to cope up with these and catch up with these advancements, and education should not be left behind. So one purpose is probably educational reform. And when we speak of educational reform, probably we should identify something shared across all these countries and their institutions in order for this reform to be achieved. Goals and objectives should be shared, and the closer the goals are, like across institutions and countries, the more sustainable the partnerships are. And this way, the mutual benefit should be achieved. One goal of collaboration is enhancing student mobility through exchange programs. And needless to say, to what extent students can benefit from such programs at the academic level, cultural level, and even transferring a lot of innovative ideas across institutions and countries. Even funding agencies are interested in partnerships. Like, for example, here in the UAE, the government and government agencies like the Ministry of Education, for example, they continuously offer grants for research collaboration. And like in a lot of times that I see as a faculty member, that partnership with external agencies will be encouraged. So this is an asset that adds on to your merit as you apply for grants. If you do collaboration with external institutions other than your home institution. And the significance of this economic alliance for the UAE stems also at, I can't speak for economy itself, but I can speak for higher education because I'm involved in this currently as a faculty member and as someone who's involved in leadership. The need for creating new educational markets and to supplement institutional resources is one of the motivations for partnership with BRICS countries. Statistics and numbers speak for themselves. Like if we think of the population of BRICS countries, they account for, and this is a number like that was, I could collect from one of the United Nations reports. It was from 2012. And BRICS countries accounted for the education of 43% of the world's population. So this underscores the extent to which BRICS countries can drive the global education progress by educating their own populations and by creating collaborations with countries outside BRICS themselves. This will also provide educational opportunities to support students in acquiring global competencies and reliance on the knowledge country. I think knowledge-based economy and industry is a goal that's shared across all BRICS countries. And particularly, this is one of the strategic goals that shapes the vision for the United Arab Emirates 2030, that the United Arab Emirates aspires to achieve knowledge-based economy and oil-free economy. They don't want to rely on exporting and importing goods in their economy. They rather would like to have an economy that's knowledge-based, and this could be achieved by nurturing and giving a lot of consideration and being invested in higher education. I'd like to tell a successful story, probably a lot of the audience members here are familiar with, which is the European Union. And the program that was created by this is one of the programs, as far as I know, it's not the only program, which is Erasmus. Erasmus program aimed at creating student mobility, faculty mobility, and research collaboration. And it proved a lot of success over the past years, not only within Europe itself, because Erasmus targeted different countries, especially those that were underrepresented in research and education globally. And in this project, I've seen, and I personally benefited from one of these programs as a visiting scholar to one of the European countries. It proved that it was successful to a large extent, that the students' mobility were facilitated. Let's say like a student can spend 1 semester or 2 semesters in another university in another country, and he or she can get credit for that year in his home university. At the personal level, I've seen this, I experienced it firsthand, and I've seen a lot of my colleagues and my students learning a lot from these opportunities, because it opened a lot of horizons for them at the educational level, at the career level. And it gave them a chance to learn about other cultures and to transfer their own culture to the hosting countries and institutions, because you know, now with the control of media globally, a lot of stereotypes are there. And by being good ambassadors, by being good examples, they manage to change a lot of stereotypes about their own countries, cultures, ethnicities, and so on. So such practices can be exchanged across BRICS countries. And here it's worth mentioning that Russia's learning outcomes and educational standards are to some extent aligned with Western Europe. Brazil is aligned with Latin America. And I see BRICS as having higher potential probably than other alliances, because countries in BRICS belong to different continents across the globe. So it's more about creating global citizens that educate each other and exchange a lot of expertise when it comes to the BRICS. BRICS countries are working on a mutual recognition of higher education degrees and diplomas. And this is a big issue. As far as I know, some students might struggle getting recognition for their degrees when they receive education or training in a different country. So creating this partnership in which not only we have this mobility in which credit is movable and stackable, it's also about the recognition of degrees across these countries. So if like the UAE is positioned within this alliance, this will achieve one of its goals in positioning itself as a hub, regional and global hub for education. And probably the geographical location and the economic power that the UAE is achieving every day probably will enhance getting this position soon. Now at the faculty level, facilitating mobility of faculty, this will promote academic mobility. Now, there is an experience here. There is another success story that I see, which is among the Gulf Council countries. Lots of initiatives were launched by Gulf institutions in which universities would host faculty members from other Gulf universities. This brought a lot of expertise and exchange of innovative ideas and entrepreneurship across these universities, and it helped preparing trained labor. At the core of higher education nowadays is collaborative research. And probably we should highlight the importance of research in improving economy, because the improvement of economy goes side by side with innovative research. A lot of institutions get their funds and grants from the industry. And why is that? It's because the industry is in need of improving their products and their services, and this should be research informed. And research can be done not only at academic institutions, but academic institutions would feed the industry with research, with research-based ideas to improve the industry. Nowadays, BRICS are concerned with generating the educated and trained labor, for which this requires improving the quality and relevance of initial technical and vocational education and training. Now, BRICS countries are so much invested in training the labor and providing the competitive global market with educated and well-trained workers. And this is in alignment with the strategic goals of the UAE, positioning it as a hub for global education. Now, sustainability of such collaborations, as I mentioned at the beginning, as much as collaboration is important, it's equally important to have sustainable collaboration. And this can be achieved by having shared vision, shared goals, common interests, and mutual benefit across the countries. And I see this in being in the interest of all partners in such alliances. Institutions of higher education are being challenged to shift out of historical patterns. Now, this collaboration entails a dynamic approach to higher education, which means that if partnership is to be achieved efficiently and to get the aspired outcomes, the policymakers, higher institution leaders should be interested in changing the classical patterns of leadership and academic approach. Institutions should provide creative solutions for problems facing educational institutions and becoming more accountable. There is a challenge, of course, facing such collaborations because past practice shows that mandating collaboration is no guarantee of success. So continuous efforts should be working together to achieve success and to change the approach to the better, to be open for new ideas, to be flexible with new policies. And this way, it can be successful and achieve its desired outcomes. So the United Arab Emirates is trying to take its role in shaping the future of higher education and collaborations. And this can be achieved through these collaborations. And actually, BRICS partnership is not the only one. UAE institutions are working hard to work with external institutions outside, like abroad, like from different continents. And the government, policymakers, and economy is in support of such practices and policies. So this will help the United Arab Emirates building a knowledge-based society and embracing global innovation. Now, in this context, let me just also refer to quality assurance and the unity of standards. Now, BRICS countries are working on having their own autonomous ranking system. And this should probably have and play a global role in endorsing BRICS standards in for example, giving rankings to global institutions. So as an alliance with this population and demography of the countries of BRICS, and thinking of, for example, Russia and China sending the largest number of students to get higher education, probably BRICS can be a game changer in creating quality assurance systems or ranking systems that give recognition for global institutions, whether be it within the countries of BRICS or outside BRICS. That's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Dear participants, please let me remember about time limits. Please limit yourself with 10 minutes for report. We have been late for 40 minutes already. If it goes this way, we will be working until morning. And this is only the first day of the Congress. So please limit yourself with 10 minutes. Issues of equal access to education. in the context of solving the problem of hunger, which corresponds to the Sustainable Development Goals, are of particular relevance to scientists from South Africa. Dear Dr. Nightingale Lulu Makola, professor at the University of Limpopo from South Africa, please take the floor. The topic is providing sustainable agricultural extension services to greener farmers in rural communities in South Africa. The quest towards no poverty and zero hunger.
A very good afternoon to everyone present in the Congress. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for the opportunity as well as for the university to share our ideas around the topics in discussion. The first thing is when dealing with sustainable development, education continues to become a very important element in every step of the way. Education in the sense of training and ensuring that each and every individual that is meant to benefit out of that development knows and understands their rights as a human being. So mine, of course, has always been to speak for the rights of women, mostly in agriculture and sometimes in military studies. But nonetheless, I am more inclined to speak on inclusion of women in order to ensure sustainable development. Extension services that I'm referring to speaks to providing women with tools, sufficient tools, maybe let's say technological tools, yes, technological tools that will empower them to be able to operate just as effectively and efficiently as other products and projects within the province in Limpopo. And this has came after the realization that most of the women within this project have always been working in the forefront of development, but always getting little recognition and, for their labor. Their participation is often goes unacknowledged. Therefore, by being able to come together as stakeholders that will be able to provide women or even train women with financial literacy, agricultural literacy, as well as economic literacy, so that they can be able to compete in local and global markets. As it stands, the two projects that I referred to in my case study, which is Lakapapadi and Kwadikwane, necessarily within the Limpopo province, were always farming on a smaller scale. Problem being that they cannot be able to take their produce outside of their community, no matter how big their projects are. Also, the other challenge they came across was that because they live in a community where there is tribal authorities, they are unable to get or to procure land on their own. So they often need to have their partners or their husbands' permission in order to own land so that they can farm on the land, which becomes a problem once the partner or the husband leaves the family, or maybe due to unforeseen circumstances in the case of death, or maybe has to move to other countries or other provinces in pursuit of a better income so that they can improve their living standards at home. And these women, when they're left alone without their partners, it becomes a problem because then it means that the projects cannot continue. So, meaning that it is my own is to say, putting women in the front lines of development is also a way of empowering them and ensuring that this development continues even to a greater extent. Therefore, the policies that are designed to help these women are expected to be sensitive to their needs, to respond to their desires in a way that will be beneficial to them, also in line with the cultural expectations of their community. Also, again, that these women are given the opportunity to form part of decision-making processes during policy development. Another also important factor that needs to be taken into consideration that these women spoke about is indigenous knowledge systems. That they should be allowed to use their own indigenous knowledge, meaning that, to be able to modify their cultural ways of farming in order to make sure or to ensure that whatever practices that they are into remains also in line to their heritage. To be able to say, we performed things in a way that our forefathers would have loved to see. But also to ensure again that this does not only end at a local level, but to be recognized internationally. Therefore, there is, according, let me just say, to me, it is important that when we talk about the collaborations in the BRICS, that we continue to consider the vulnerable groups, that we continue to consider women, to see them as equals and not just decorative ornaments or people, administrative partners, but also partners that are able to contribute as much as everyone else into this development. Okay, so how do we ensure that women take part in decision-making processes? Obviously, they have to be congresses of this nature where the individuals that are supposed to benefit from the policies that will be drafted form part and parcel of those engagements, that they do not find themselves unaware of whatever it is that is meant to benefit them. Putting them in the front line will also help them to become self-reliant instead of always relying on somebody else to come and save them. The recommendations, therefore, would be that a model be drafted that ensures that all there is participative development, there is sensitivity to women's needs, there is also a working together amongst stakeholders in a way that will ensure that there is a common ground for all, that the development remains sustainable at all times. I think, let me just end here, Islam. Yeah, in the interest of
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mateus Cavalcanti-Pestana, professor at Fundação Getúlio Vargas, Brazil.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? So, dear distinguished guests and academic colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the organization of this conference. It's been a pleasure to be here and learn so much from this academic community. Well, I'm Matheus Pestana. I'm a political scientist, but also a data scientist. And I'm a professor at Fundação Getúlio Vargas in Brazil, where I research the intersections between politics, AI, and digital communication. Today, I will delve into the possible transformative impact of artificial intelligence on BRICS. A domain where AI's influence is particularly evident is in education. Its capacity as a tutor and facilitator helps young learners, university students, and lifelong learners find a new way to acquire knowledge, and is reshaping the way education is perceived and delivered. Educational platforms now employ sophisticated AI algorithms to offer personalized learning experiences with tools such as adaptive quizzes, automated content suggestions, and predictive analytics to gauge learner progress. While the proliferation of AI in education is paving the way for a new era of learning, the geographical distribution of these advancements paints a skewed picture. The most trailblazing AI ventures, especially those associated with large language models such as GPT, BERT, Bard, and their contemporaries, predominantly emerge from American and European big tech companies. Given their substantial research and development infrastructure, these regions have positioned themselves at the pinnacle of AI innovation. This concentration poses pertinent questions about the global relevance of these technologies, especially in the context of BRICS nations. Shifting our focus to Brazil, we encounter an educational philosophy deeply rooted in teachings of Paulo Freire. He championed a pedagogical approach that stressed context-aware and dialogical learning. There is a critique from Freire of the traditional banking model because it sees students as empty vessels that must be fulfilled. Freire places emphasis on the learner's active participation. In a country as culturally diverse as Brazil, it's paramount that AI applications in education resonate with this context-centric philosophy. Looking back in history, nations have persistently sought technological autonomy not aligned with the US and Europe. A notable example is Chile's CyberSyn project in the 60s by Salvador Allende. Its aim was not just modernization, but a democratization of industrial management that resisted foreign technological dominance. Here, we are talking about the ITT, American company that openly supported many coups d'etats in Latin America. For this, in the contemporary landscape of AI, there is a discernible trend toward open source models. These platforms promise transparency and flexibility, enabling countries to adapt AI technology to their unique requirements. Let's now explore the potential of BRICS collaboration in AI. The BRICS nations, each rich in its cultural and historical context, possess significant potential in AI applications. A collaborative endeavor grounded in mutual respect for the diverse nuances can pioneer AI models tailored to their individual challenges. Instead of mere emulation of Western paradigms, there lies an opportunity for BRICS to craft a distinct narrative, reflective of their shared individual legacies and heritages. The transformative role of AI in education cannot be overstated. The integration of AI technologies allows for design of learning experiences that are both personalized and culturally contextualized. As we anticipate shifts in the global job market, AI stands as a powerful tool to equip learners with essential skills and mitigate emerging skill gaps. Moreover, educators can harness AI-driven tools to augment their pedagogical techniques and optimize administrative functions so they can focus on what really matters, nurturing young minds. And envision the future one can anticipate the invaluable contributions of collaborative AI initiative among the BRICS nations. The establishment of a dedicated AI research facility with a foundational ethos of open source methodologies emerges as a prospective endeavor. Such a venture has the potential to introduce innovations that echo both locally and on a global scale, setting novel standards in AI integrated education that prioritize diversity and inclusivity. In conclusion, the convergence of AI and education offers a realm of possibilities, but its holistic potential can be unlocked only through a lens of diversity and collaboration. The collective efforts of nations, especially the BRICS Consortium, can pave the way for an AI-driven pedagogical paradigm that is both innovative and globally resonant. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Pestana. Thank you so much. Many aspects of globalization, the development of artificial technologies that have been mentioned by Professor Pestana, processes of polarization of the system of international relations, and not only this, allow us to rethink the role of education in a modern world. Dear Mr. Anil Sarwal, consultant to the International Educational Organization, IDP Education from India, please take the floor. The topic is need to redefine education in the 21st century.
Dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be amongst you once again. My heartfelt thanks go to the esteemed senior colleagues and all the dedicated team for enabling my participation in this fantastic conference. I anticipate exceeding knowledge and insights in the coming days as well. Today's topic of my presentation is in front of you, redefining education in the 21st century. I come almost at the end, and it has its own advantages. The soil is prepared, and when you sow the seed, it is ready to germinate. Teachers are like farmers who cultivate thorny lands and make them bloom with flowers and fruit. So, what has been said before is a background to what I'm going to say, and I'm going to cut down on repetitions. You may see slides with materials, but I'll focus on some points that I want to emphasize. So the first one is that being a teacher and a language assessor for 45 years, given a chance to teach now, I would do it differently. And the reason is education seems to have failed. According to a research, if you look at children, assess their capabilities, capacities, you will find 95% of them become geniuses. At the end of graduation, only 2% can become genius. So this is what we are doing with education. So I would like to explore some concepts together. Look at this stanza from Khalil Gibran, who is my favorite. This is from his book, The Prophet. He says, your children are not your children. Young people here. Your children are not your children. They are sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts. For they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls. For their souls, and this is very important, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, even in your dreams. My father taught me with a slate and chalk. I am using technology today. to present. If my teachers and my parents had not prepared me well, I would be like many old people. You cannot even operate a mobile or a telephone or a calculation. So what educators need to do? How can we redesign education to equip students with the skills needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving world? The world is changing every moment, especially we have talked about AI, technology, so many things. The world is just changing every minute. So what will happen after 10 years? Nobody knows. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, there was no internet. Maybe 30 years ago, there were no computers. The world is changing. How can we prepare ourselves to remain fit in the ever-changing world? Now, I look at education as a transforming agent, and it is from caterpillar to a butterfly. So you have many stages. You have pupa, you have other stages, and you see this insect is like the child. The child cannot get up and walk. It needs a lot of support. But now you have become butterflies. You can fly in the unlimited sky. How do teachers, how do parents enable students to become butterflies? I did this project in a prison in Chandigarh, model jail. A lot of young people are brought there for a short time. The warden said to me, Professor, can you do some course so that they can become employable after 2-3 months of their sentence. So there was open university auditorium in the prison. It was a model jail. And I asked the prisoners to draw butterflies, please remind me on a chart. I gave them the different colored pencils and things, pens, brushes and paint. I said, draw yourself. Draw. I want to see the butterfly that you are. They had tears in their eyes when they drew their butterflies. I asked them, what is this color? They said, black. I said, why? Prison is dark. We cannot go out of the prison. We cannot interact. We cannot meet people. They were crying. And I said, why is this color red here? And they said, this is the future. We want to be like the red rose. I want to meet my beloved. I want to give her the rose of love. I will never do what I have done again. This thing taught me how valuable is education as a transforming agent. And education can make us good and smart human beings. So this is, according to Dr. Dwight Allen, who was the founder of educational research, B.Ed courses, micro teaching. He told me himself, he said, the crux of education is to produce good and smart human beings. We have smart human beings. Do we have good human beings? How many conflicts are there? How much hunger is there? How much inequality is there? Do we have good human beings? So these things, we did a small experiment on DLT, developmental approach to teaching, in a school in south of India. So we involved all. The children were playing, drawing, then they looked at their books, they studied some courses, they had teamwork, then they consulted with their teacher, then the teacher showed their butterflies again. They've drawn butterflies here. Then, they eat together, they ate together, and then we talked to their parents. We discussed the different children with their parents, and it was a great counseling session. Now, 4 fundamentals, pillars of education, according to UNESCO, are learning to be, learning to know, learning to live together, and learning to live. Okay, these are the 4 pillars of education according to UNESCO. The point, very important point, I was discussing at tea with one of the colleagues. He said, we come to the conferences, we speak about wonderful things. We are well fed, sit in AC rooms, and we think brightly and present brilliantly. I said, not me, you may. But he says, when we go back, we forget. We don't do. So learning to be Learning to know, first we have to learn how to know. Don't go to the English teacher and say, teacher, what is the meaning of this word? You have the mobile in your hand. I never tell my students, I say, I'm not a walking dictionary. I'm a teacher of English. Say, I'm not a walking dictionary. Look at the mobile and see the meaning. What I'm doing? Teaching them how to fish. Not giving them history. Learning to learn. Teaching them how to learn. And learning to do. You have to do. You have to serve society when you are educated. Why are you being educated? Not for degree. Not for just profession. But to serve other human beings. That should be our feeling. And then learning to live together. I have a new slide on that, but I will talk a little bit about learning to be. So after we learn to live together, we become what we want to become. I tell you a story. My father in 6th class asked me what I wanted to be. I told him a teacher of English. A teacher of English was paid 300 rubles per month in those days. 300 rubles. My father wanted me to become an engineer and a doctor. I said, no, father, I want to be an English teacher. Today, I am an international assessor of English files. Wherever my father is, he would be very happy to see. What was the secret? You must decide early on what you want to be, and then put your life going to time. My stories are they are listening. Okay, just 2 minutes maybe. I just conclude. So learning to be, but learning to live together is very important, and that is where is it? I lost it. Anyway, we had G20 in India, and the main theme was one Earth, one family, and one future. So BRICS, G20, the world conferences that are there, they are precursors to a world civilization, a united and prosperous, equitable, and just world. This is the message of these conferences. So they said one Earth, one family, and one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that's a old in the Indian adage, which means the whole earth is but one family. And we have to think about that and be like that. Okay. And language. Okay. Now, let me talk about the conclusion. Now, the language part has been dealt with, but I have some strong views on language, being a linguist. I think we should learn our mother tongue very well. Up to class 3 or 4, we should learn our mother tongue very well. And after that, we should learn an international language. If you look at the language graph of the world, there are about 1,000 languages. 1,000. 400-500 languages have less than 100,000 speakers. They are in imminent danger of being dead. They would die. Any language in Africa especially, where there are less than 100,000 speakers that can die. So if you want to keep your culture, your language, your identity alive, you must keep your language alive. That is very important. Your language gives you one worldview. International language gives you another worldview. So these are both important. And where in the world they are monolingual speakers, they only speak French or English, their worldview is not balanced. So now even in America, even in Australia, even in other countries, students are taught another language so that they can understand others better, they can accept others better, and the world can be more united. So in conclusion, rethinking education in the 21st century technologically immersive environment requires a comprehensive approach, incorporating language policies that foster multilingualism, aligning with UNESCO's principle for inclusive and quality education, leveraging technology for content development, implementing effective classroom strategies, and adopting innovative assessment methods. Assessment should be impartial. Why did teacher give him 20 out of 20 and 4 out of 20 to me? Teacher should be able to answer. Technology can help. And prepare the students for opportunities of the future. So in the end, I must say, as Mahatma Gandhi said, I must be the change that I want to see in others. So dear friends who are sitting here, if you have taken even 1% of what I've said, one story, remember, change, I must change. Schools must change and societies must change. We can then salvage the world, otherwise world can destruct itself. Thank you very much.
Lives matter. I remember that.
That's the butterfly. That's the butterflies.
Thank you, Mr. Serval, for the very interesting point. Please welcome our next speaker from Brazil, Bruno de Conti, Associate Professor at the University of Campinas.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Proklov, Professor Cristina Leonova as well. I'd like to congratulate Professor Ilya Ilyin, the Dean of the Faculty of Global Studies at Lomonosov Moscow State University, for the organization of this very interesting meeting. And it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you today. As was said, I am Associate Professor at the Institute of Economics at the University of Campinas in Brazil, but I also coordinate in my university the thematic group of economics within the BRICS Network University. And I'm telling you that because since the idea here is discussing academic collaboration between BRICS countries, I will obviously talk about my topic here today, which is it concerns the political twists in Brazil and then the impacts for the role of Brazil in the BRICS, but making a parallel as well with discussions on the academic collaboration, mainly through the BRICS Network University. Well, as you know, BRICS was created in 2009, and the Workers' Party was ruling the country at that time. So President Lula was in the creation of the BRICS. And well, this creation of the group had an important participation of Brazilian actors. So besides Lula himself, Celso Amorim, the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, was a very important person, and then Paulo Nogueira Batista Jr., who was at that time the representative of Brazil at the IMF, and then he was very important for the organization of the group in topics related to the reorganization of the international monetary and financial system. So for the creation, for instance, of the new development bank, which then he later came to be the vice president. And then later on, Dilma Rousseff, Brazilian president, was herself very, and personally, I would say, committed to making BRICS a strong group. It's not by chance that, well, in the NDB, the New Development Bank, and the contingent reserves arrangements, they were created in Brazil, in Fortaleza, during the Brazilian summit back in 2014, so during Dilma Rousseff administration. There were even criticisms for those here who are not Brazilian. It's interesting for you to know that many persons here in Brazil were criticizing Brazil by the fact that the government was giving too much priority to the BRICS and somehow forgetting the efforts for the integration of Latin America. So there was this comparison between the efforts of the Brazilian government within BRICS and then for the integration of Latin America. And it was clear that BRICS was a priority. But then we had a coup d'etat back in 2016 against Dilma Rousseff, as you know. And this is also interesting. There were many reasons for that. We still don't know, obviously, all the reasons. Hidden reasons, but many analysts say that the Brazilian foreign policy at that time was one of the reasons for the coup d'etat. And then obviously this orientation for the BRICS, for the Global South, this relation with Russia and China, so it may be considered as one of the reasons for the coup d'etat that President Dilma Rousseff suffered in 2016. And then there was a radical change in the foreign policy with the new president who came to office after Dilma, Michel Temer. There is a document that he released a bit before the impeachment process of Dilma Rousseff, Ponte para o Futuro, so Bridge for the Future, in which he already says that, well, in his idea, or strictly speaking, his party's idea, for foreign policy was a reapproximation with the US and Western Europe. So even before the impeachment process of Dilma, these discussions related to the foreign policy were already being done here in Brazil, and then the new government indeed did this reorientation for the foreign policy. And then Bolsonaro, which you all know, it's even a more radical change in regard to the Workers' Party governments. Then with Bolsonaro, it was a total deconstruction of the previous paradigm, which dominated the foreign policy with the Workers' Party, which was in office for 13 years. So from 2003 for 13 years over to 2016. Well, and with Bolsonaro, an explicit alignment to the right-wing principles and a total alignment to the USA, right? And I would say a total subordination to the USA, with Trump mostly. It was even a great paradox because Bolsonaro, the president, he tried to create to himself the image of a strong nationalist, but it was indeed the opposite. So against China, for instance, he used it to do national claims, but in regard to the US, he was totally subservient. And then in the discourses of he himself, Bolsonaro, or the Minister for Foreign Affairs, they were the whole time trying to say that they would adhere for Western principles, conservative Christianity. Trying, and then it's very paradigmatic. The inauguration speech of the Minister of Foreign Affairs with Bolsonaro, Ernesto Araújo, in his inauguration speech when he took office, and then I will read, he said something like in a free translation, it was something like, "We will return to ourselves. And in this return to ourselves, Brazilian people want to recover their roots, want to live again as part of the West, as part of the great adventure that begins there with the Greek and Romans." That's what he said. And you can see that, well, it's a total lack of knowledge about Brazilian history, but because obviously Brazil was not built by the Western tradition. It has roots in the Western tradition, and it has roots in Africa, for instance. It has roots in the native population. So what Ernesto Araújo was saying is that he was already making it clear that he would do his radical change in the foreign policy, considering Brazil as the continuation. You can see it's even funny, or it is a shame in my opinion, a mere continuation of the Greek and the Romans. Okay, and then in his foreign policy, like Trump, he was the whole time talking about multilateralism with criticisms to the United Nations, to the World Health Association, and with this abandonment of the priority which was formerly given to the Global South. Then in the same speech, inauguration speech, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he said, "We admire Israel, the USA, the new Italy with Matteo Salvini at that time, Hungary with Orbán, and Poland." Okay, that's what he said. And then Brazil became, as you know, a world outcast in the world scenario. And obviously the stance of Bolsonaro government with BRICS was totally different from the attitude of the former governments. So Bolsonaro followed some commitments with the BRICS, most importantly, organizing the summit that was held in Brasilia in 2019. So it was not possible for him to just abandon the group. It would be a shame for him with negative consequences for his government, especially because of the relation with China, which is economically very important for Brazil. But again, for the speech, do you know what he initiated his speech in the opening ceremony of the Brasilia summit in 2019 by saying that the Brazilian interests are above all other interests. In all countries, we know that national governments do think like that the national interests are more important than the other interests, but it's not very polite, I guess you will agree with me, for a multilateral summit. So it also showed his insistence in regard to the BRICS. And the summit was very timid in terms of proposal. Some initiatives were just abandoned. And then I come here for a while for the BRICS Network University. Because then in 2018, in the BRICS Network University, you probably know, is an initiative created by the 5 Ministers of Education in 6 axes. And then we are in Campinas, at the University of Campinas, in the axis of economics. And we have annual meetings. And in the one held in South Africa in 2018, the Minister of Education said that Brazil would hold the meeting in 2019, and finally it didn't. So no meeting was made in 2019 for the BRICS Network University. So again, another shame. And Bolsonaro had no serious action related to the geopolitical arena within BRICS, which is the DNA of BRICS. So it was somehow like BRICS only for business. With problems even for, let's say, for the final communiqué, for the Brazilian interests within the BRICS, incorporating the United Nations Security Council, for instance, at the end, the final communiqué had less references to the enlargement of the United Nations Security Council. So it was bad even for Brazil. Bolsonaro government also didn't pay a quota for the new development bank, which was already also another shame for a while, but still a shame because it shows a lack of priority of Bolsonaro with BRICS. And then no agreement with the very basic elements of the BRICS. So reforming the global order, reforming the multilateral institutions, no words about that. And then now with Lula again, and then I come to my conclusion because I'm running out of time. It's totally different again. Then we had another radical change. So with Lula in his 3rd mandate as the president. So the first very important thing, Dilma Rousseff, the former Brazilian president, now is the president of the new development bank. It shows the priority that Brazil is giving to the BRICS again, and showed the priority that Dilma herself is giving to the BRICS by getting this position after having been the president of the country, right? And then if you see the trips, Lula already in these very first 7, 8, 9 months he's in office, he went to India, South Africa, to China. Celso Amorim, who is the main important for the assistant for foreign affairs, he has gone to Russia, several bilateral meetings with Russia and all other BRICS countries. And if I come back to the university, we have again funds for initiatives related to the BRICS, for research, for multilateral collaboration. The BRICS Network University is being revived from our side again, for the Brazilian side, after 5-6 years in which Brazil didn't do anything for the BRICS Network University. We had at the University of Campinas, my university, we got a big grant to organize a BRICS winter school in June next year. I'll leave my email address here in the chat, and you may, for those who are, we will launch the call on early November, but we have funds for 50 international students to come to the University of Campinas to take part in this winter school. So things are being revived. And then I finish by agreeing with Dr. Sumaya Daoud, who said that this mobility of students is a core thing for the BRICS, and this joint research are a core thing for the BRICS. So for the formation of people, for staff for the BRICS institutions, but also to create this identity with the critics say that, well, BRICS lacks identity, which is true. And then the better way of creating somehow an identity is by putting young scholars, young students and scholars together to make joint research, to live together like in the Erasmus program. So I totally endorse the idea of creating a kind of Erasmus BRICS. And I'm glad that we are in Brazil living this new situation after 6 years of really a nightmare. Thank you very much. I finish here.
Thank you, Dr. De Ponce, for your speech. Very useful. Honorable Professor Akai, in the beginning of the conference, had shown to us how important can be solving one individual mathematical equations. So please welcome dear Dr. Yutsi Maputa, senior lecturer in the University of Limpopo from South Africa, with the topic mathematical connections for problem solving.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Hannah Maputa from the University of Limpopo. I'm from the Faculty of Humanities in the School of Education, Department of Math, Science, and Technology Education. This simply indicates that I'm in the teacher production belt of the university. I have sent what my presentation. I don't know. And my laptop. So I'm going to rush, Dr. Raflan. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. As I'm in mathematics, I know much about time and the calculations. I'm going to present to you the study which we conducted about mathematical connections. The connections are very important. We have been talking about collaborations, about networks, about interdisciplinary connections, but here we are talking about mathematical connections. We all know, or the whole world knows, that South Africa is always underperforming with regard to mathematics as a subject. So there is a new developed document which is called South African National Mathematics Teachers Framework, which is aimed at the teaching and learning process of mathematics in the classroom. And in this document, they indicate that mathematics should no longer be, classrooms should no longer be learner-centered. They should be learning-centered, especially mathematics classrooms. And so that they will be able to equip learners with skills of making mathematical connections. Mathematical connections is a core skill in the mathematics curriculum, as they play a crucial role in the ability to solve mathematical problems and comprehend the subject. This mathematical connection skills is the ability to make relationships between mathematics and other disciplines, and those type of relationships are called intermathematical connections. And again, making relationships between mathematics and everyday life. And those are called extra mathematical connections, as well as within mathematics itself. The study which I'm presenting here was about learners' solution of trigonometric equations in grade 12. Grade 12 in South Africa is at the exit level of a high school. Immediately after passing grade 12, learners will be accepted in the higher education institutions. So their ability to make mathematical connections when solving trigonometric equations is the ones which will make them to perform very well in mathematics if they can have that ability. These mathematical connections, they have to provide learners with lifelong and deep understanding. They improve learners' mental skills, including recalling and understanding. the application of mathematical concepts. Mathematical connections help learners to solve trigonometric equations successfully by linking mathematical concepts, procedures, and representations. However, according, as I've already indicated, according to the South African National Diagnostic Reports, it indicates that learners experience difficulties in solving trigonometric equations. They have poor recall of identities. They cannot recognize concepts required to help them solve the trigonometric equations, yes. Internationally, learners encounter challenges in making algebraic computations. And this study, which I have conducted, it was guided by Moa's theory of networking, where Moa is talking about networks and links. You link concepts to procedures, you link networks, you create networks between concepts and procedures. So the results of this study, they indicated that learners are unable to solve quadratic trigonometric equations. And again, when coming to extra mathematical connections, learners were able to make connections between mathematics and their real lives. Me and my colleague are also busy with the data analysis of another study, where we are focusing on extra mathematical connections, where learners, we check as to whether learners are able to create the links between their real life and mathematics. And in that study, we realized that learners, if we can teach learners about ethnomathematics, about what is happening in their real life, they will be able to pass this subject very well. Things, for example, now after lunch, I was asking my dear colleague there, Dr. Mangena, as to whether he has seen a Russian. This was brought by my brother, Ruslan. He said to me, enjoy the Russians. And his son said, Mama, please bring a Russian for me when you come back from Russia. I guess all South Africans understand me. If you can land in South Africa and say you want a Russian, they want to take you to the Russian embassy to see a Russian. A Russian is a sausage in South Africa. When we talk about a Russian, we talk about sausages. Can you see how Russia has an impact on South Africa? If you say you want a Russian, they will bring you a sausage. And it's well known. A sausage with cheese is Russian. And you prepare what? There in South Africa, just like French, if you can land in South Africa and you say you want French, they will give you a French to eat. So in this study, we realize that extra mathematical connections play a very important role. Immediately you teach learners about their surrounding, they will be able to pass mathematics. In this study, we realize that immediately you give learners these abstract mathematics equations without involving their surrounding, they fail the trigonometric equations. So, as teachers in South Africa, the edge is that, or the recommendation is that, they should always try by all means to include learners' everyday life when teaching mathematics. And this marks the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, please welcome joint report of Andrea Moreira Cunha, professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and Luisa Pilico, a Duke professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil.
Hi, thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I wanted to congratulate the organizing committee for such an interesting event. I'm speaking from Porto Alegre in the south of Brazil. My name is Luisa Perufo. I hold a PhD on politics and international studies from the University of Cambridge, and I'm a professor in the Department of Economics and International Relations at Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, where I'm also a researcher in the Center for BRICS Studies. Professor Cunha, unfortunately, couldn't be with us here today, and I'm aware of the time, so I'll try to keep my presentation short. So I've been studying the role of emerging economies in the international monetary and financial system for about 15 years now, and part of my efforts have been addressed to understand the role reserved for the BRICS countries and other emerging countries in general. And I've been developing most of this research with my former master supervisor and now colleague, Professor Andrea Moreira Cunha. And so to give you some context to our research, our starting point is the fact that the identity of the BRICS grouping is strongly associated with a desire to build alternative spaces to those dominated by traditional powers, most notably the United States, and that includes the monetary and financial realms. To give you some data, currently about 2/3 of foreign exchange reserves, international debt, and international loans are denominated in dollars, and almost half of foreign exchange turnover and international payments use dollar. The euro appears as a distant second in all those categories. And the implications of the dollar hegemony have been widely discussed in the literature, and mostly they affect very negatively developing countries. So already, if we go back to the first joint statement of the BRIC before South Africa joined, the leaders already committed to advance the reform of international financial institutions so as to reflect changes in the global economy and stress the need for a stable, predictable, and more diversified international monetary system. This is explicit desire shared by the BRICS member countries to reduce their dependence from the dollar has been now translated into recommendations and policy initiatives to increase the use of their local currencies, including the creation of new institutions such as the New Development Bank and the Contingent Reserve Arrangement, besides several local currency arrangements as well. More recently, we've seen the global economic crisis that derived from the COVID-19 pandemic exposing once again the limits of this dollar-centric international monetary system and how it fails to deal with the financial needs in times of stress, particularly again from developing countries. And then more recently, even the US financial sanctions imposed on Russia in the wake of the war in Ukraine also revived this geopolitical component of money in interstate relations. All these recent developments are giving a new impetus to monetary and financial cooperation initiatives within the BRICS grouping, including, as you may know, the proposal of a common currency. So my research, together with Professor Cunha, look at these topics from an international political economy perspective. That means combining elements from economics and political science and international relations. What is relevant from this perspective is that we assume the international use of domestic currencies is never neutral, not economic, and not politically as well. So by this perspective, the desire of the BRICS to decrease their dependence on the US dollar is not a technical matter, but mostly a political one. We anticipate a number of difficulties for the BRICS countries to increase their footprint as a group in the international monetary and financial system, which unfortunately I won't have time to speak in detail, but the first thing is because except from China, the BRICS countries, they issue currencies which have a very limited international demand. And that means that if we bring these currencies together, or the countries that are behind them, this will not automatically translate into a currency which is strong and reliable and capable of challenging this huge dominance of the US dollar. In the unlikely scenario that the BRICS countries manage to develop such a currency or a means of payment, doesn't need to be exactly a currency, but something that works for trade settlement, for example, this currency would have probably to rely mostly on the Chinese renminbi. And because, as we know, China has its own ambitions to increase the international role of the renminbi, we wonder how this would have an impact on an eventual BRICS currency or means of payments. But these are all very recent developments, and at this moment we have more questions than answers for these topics. Some results of this research has already been published. I would highlight the paper we published on the New Political Economy Journal, which is entitled China's Central Bank Digital Currency, an Assessment of Money and Power Relations. I'll be happy to share this work with you. There are also other forthcoming works that if we have some means of communication, I can also leave my email and I'll be happy to send you and to discuss with you, which I think we won't have time to do it today. So I wanted to thank you again for the opportunity of presenting our research here. I look forward for more opportunities to interact and discuss with you. I agree with what Bruno said previously, that perhaps the best way to increase the identity of the BRICS group and the BRICS countries is when we have more opportunities like this. And I also agree with him that if we take students that are in an early stage of developing their formation, I think someone previously also said that they had an opportunity to travel when they were young, and I've done that when I was doing my PhD as well, and I think this has a great impact on how you think in the future. So I think events like this, even if we can be in person together, it's a way to interact and to start to build this connectivity among us. So I wish you all a great conference. Maybe next time I can join you in person as well. I'll leave you my email in the chat as well if you're interested in this work that I mentioned. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear Lisa. Let me please give a short response to three speakers already about this academic mobility things. Yes, in the 2024, our association, BRICS Next, is planning to establish, to find the basis for the academic, for BRICS plus academic mobility program. This is a big thing to be done. This is not easy, and this can happen only if we do it together. Well, before the next speech, allow me to announce the signing of Memorandum of Understanding between Lomonosov and Moscow State University, which will happen on Thursday. And right now, let me please ask the Dr. Tetona Mangena from Limpopo University from South Africa to take the floor to speak about new technologies, agricultural technologies.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
My name is Pedro Lemanyan. I'm from the Department of Biodiversity at the University of Africa. And I am here to present a study on morphophysiological analysis and regeneration capacity of coat-sensitive siblings for micropropagation. And I know that most of you will be part of this topic because I'm not in global studies. I'm in plant biotechnology. But I think that we can all agree that we all need food, so we have to eat. For us to have the energy, the ATP to come be in this world, we must really have something to eat. And also, I think this provides a good opportunity for BRICS consortium as well as the society to actually look into the different things that can actually be incorporated in the consortium, which may even include the ones that deal with food security as well as the effects of climate change. So I will introduce myself briefly. So my next few slides will be my introduction, simply because I'm also looking for opportunity of collaboration. So as you can see, I don't have some years in this academic, so I will need to find some collaborators. So just a short profile about myself. I am a senior lecturer in the Department of Biodiversity. So earlier I had to explain what is biodiversity. So basically, the biodiversity department is a combination of botany and zoology, where you study animal sciences as well as plant sciences, and together they form the biodiversity department in our discipline, in our faculty. And I do research in plant physiology and biotechnology, which may be new to most of the audience. And I'm also involved in modules teaching as well as student supervision, and also some research related activity within the department as well as the school. I'm not going to talk much on the other aspects, but I will simply indicate, because I met also from Prof. Victor's presentation as well as the other presentation, that we have people who are more involved in the publishing industry, especially for journals and stuff like that. So I also look forward to meeting and discussing some of the aspects that we can maybe collaborate on. But I do serve as editor for a number of journals, as you can see on screen. And I also have worked well, so they say in my country, that's where they gave me some awards. But as well, one can imagine in the publishing industry, especially scientific research, given the fact that South Africa, as part of Africa, is not doing well in terms of research outputs as well as patent development. But we try to be more involved and also participate in other professional bodies, especially the ones that can actually try and influence the discourse at the international level, like the South African Global Chancellors Committee, which is a very it's a very strong scientific committee that we currently have in the country that actually tries to drive the research trajectory of the country. And of course, other international organizations as well. And my area of research is of particular interest because I'm trying to introduce this to most of the people in this world. My special focus is on genetic engineering of crops. Mainly we're working with direct gene transfer, but I know that I think Russia, if I'm not mistaken, they don't allow, the policies that do not allow the cultivation as well as production of genetically modified, for instance, maybe can modify plants as well as animals, unless it's for research purposes. So that's why I deliberately then chose an example of a study that we conducted in our laboratory that excludes the GMOs, because we also do this, and we do this through the chemical mutagens, where we use chemicals such as colchicine that are focused on, as well as used for genetic manipulation of crops, because otherwise we still have to make these crops drought resistant or stress resistant in terms of pests as well as pathogenic diseases. And also we have some projects that actually focus on exploring things like your plant growth regulators, your cytokine, your auxins or pop chains of these hormones, as well as some technical extract products that can actually be used to improve resilience to stress or even improve the nutritional quality of our crops. And lastly, we have also some interesting micropropagation projects that actually focus on indigenous crops, because we in South Africa we actually have a number of crops, numerous crops that are most produced for nation. So we're looking at finding ways to actually propagate this, especially under large scale farming, so that we can be able to commercialize this crops. And as part of our research, these are some of the books that we actually were able to produce. The other one on plant transformation, I know it might not be of much interest because of the policies in the country, but of course we work more on legumes, because legumes, they are a protein alternative actually for meat. So they are highly preferred because they are very inexpensive. And therefore, in countries like South Africa or in the sub-Saharan African region as a whole, these are actually an ideal set of crops that can actually be used to fight against hunger as well as malnutrition. So briefly, I'll quickly run through my slides because I only have 10 minutes of what I'm written, but it's okay. So we just a simple example of some of the applications that we have. There's this chemical called colchicine. I know that people who are in medicine actually use the chemical to treat these like outs and the likes. So we also use this chemical to actually induce what we call polymerization. And of course, polymerization is a natural process that takes place naturally in plants, where plants can actually duplicate their genome in order to adapt to the changing climatic conditions, especially if those climatic conditions are actually happening. So this chemical now we can actually easily use it in our laboratory in order to speed up the process so that we can actually make our crops more adaptive as well as improved in terms of other agronomic characteristics like quality of the yield as well as the nutritional quality. So this chemical, as I said, it basically links the clay level with the biotic as well as abiotic characteristics. And I think we're all aware of the effects now of climate change. Sometimes we have bugs or pests that are difficult to control using chemicals like pesticides. And we also have issues of drought, especially in Africa. We have frequent droughts, which actually threatens severe food security. Especially considering now, if you listen to, if you read the reports, they indicate that if it's 10% of the population, more population will be food insecure. And if you look more than 50%, the 10% population is actually in Africa. So it's sub-Saharan Africa. So this is an issue, and a research issue for us. And that's why we need to find ways like this, especially the ways like nutrition breedings that are actually environmentally friendly. You know, the chemical, after using it, it disappears. It doesn't cause harm to human, it doesn't cause harm to the environment, which is actually a better technology compared to the indirect transfer that I just highlighted earlier. And of course, one of the things that we want to continue doing is to explore those indigenous crops like coffee. I know coffee is not well marketed, especially in our country, but actually it's widely grown within rural communities. So then now, if we can find a way for our processing as well as the disease-resistant production, then that could actually assist in improving the livelihoods of our rural communities. I'll jump this slide because of the interest of time, but here I just wanted to demonstrate the basic technique that we often use in the laboratory. You simply decontaminate the seeds and then you treat them with the chemical. Very simple in vivo treatment. You can just immerse the seeds or your plant materials, whatever proper row that you've chosen with the chemical, and then you incubate for a particular time. But some of the chemicals are very lethal, so you really need to conduct a basic study where you can actually test the different concentrations and durations so that you can be able to treat the product. And eventually you can have your culture. And in this case, when you use tissue culture, you need what we call exploits, which are actually the sources of your regenerative plant. And of course, you will have to follow the basic tissue culture stages where you have shoot proliferation, you've got elongation, you've got fruiting. And of course, because if a plant doesn't have fruit, it's not necessarily a plant, because a plant must have a leaf stem just one of the cells. And of course, you also have to go through the hardening as well as the ex vitro growth of your plants. So in this case, the technique actually allows us, that it actually allows us to get mass propagation of these plants that could be mutants very easy and rapid. It shortens the time through which you regenerate your plants, especially if you use seeds to grow your plants, then ensure that you can actually complete the entire life cycle within a very short period of time. Of course, you're also guaranteed, because you're doing this under control conditions, you're also guaranteed the best produce. And I was talking to some of my colleagues last night. I said I like the way that the Netherlands is exploring this, because they've got huge tunnels, and they also have things like aeroponics, hydroponics, which they rely upon in terms of their agriculture, and they produce high quality food. But of course, in South Africa, it's still a bit difficult to achieve this, especially because you need resources. But most of our farmers now, the commercial farmers are converted. So we go to different farms because we're still doing open agriculture. So there are a lot of shades, a lot of talent, especially now in dealing with the issues of climate change, experiencing these high temperatures that actually negatively affect the crops. So one can use PTC as an ideal technology that can actually correct most of the effects of the climate change that we're currently facing. And I was actually thinking while sitting there about the weather here in Moscow or France. You see, it's very cold, and I'm from a place where when I left the country in Johannesburg, it was roughly around 35 degrees Celsius, and when I got here, the result is 0. And for me, it's not just weather, but I'm thinking of chilling stress as well as heating, which can actually impact negatively, of course. So I'm thinking, how are they doing the agriculture? Maybe that's more essential, how you actually conduct your agriculture, because then the issues of chilling stress and business stress then could impact your food system. And therefore, more expertise are needed in this regard. And of course, I understand that we have a big commercial farmer consensus that is South Africa, which is producing a lot of tomatoes, a lot of avocados. I haven't seen an avocado in here. So, which explains a lot, because it tolerates more or less hot conditions. So if you don't have some of the foods that tolerate hot conditions, but they are known worldwide, and that it's also that produces for countries like Netherlands, besides the large soil from Netherlands. So they produce a lot of tomato, a lot of avocados that comes from. So things like that. So that's what we actually use cocktails of plant growth regulators like the hormones, as well as now we're trying to explore new botanical extract products that can actually be used instead of the chemical fertilizers that our commercial farmers use, especially the extracts from Vega and other plant species that are actually used. So I'm not gonna explain my results, but I just wanted to show how the chemical can actually influence not only the plant itself, but also the characteristics that you need when you're growing your plant. The plant depends on a strong seed. That's what actually most companies, most farmers actually rely upon. You need to have seedlings with high vigor so that you're guaranteed that the plant that you produce will actually be has its own genetic potential in order to produce the yield in terms of the amount as well as the quantity that you need. So I think my time is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sidney. Dear colleagues, I think they have a great news. Now we do the last report for this day. Please welcome Dr. Quena Desmond Medibane, State Professor at the University of Limpopo, South Africa.
Afternoon. Afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, let me share the slides. Okay, can you see the slides, colleagues?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Myself, Desmond Mudibano from University of Limpopo. I'm associate professor in analytical chemistry here at University of Limpopo. Recently, I'm honorary Psyche chair on hydrogen production using electrochemical method. So, yeah. In terms of qualification, I have PhD in chemistry and the LLB from UNISA. So today I'm just going to take you along looking at the issue of hydrogen economy in particular, but I'll start by looking at the University of Limpopo, checking the synthesis and application of metal organic framework, and then also I'll conclude my talk. Yeah, here is the University of Limpopo, was situated at the northern region of South Africa. So in the past, we used to be called Northern Province, but now we changed to be Limpopo Province. So yeah, here is the University of Limpopo. In the middle there, we have our department we call ethno. It's where School of Physical and Mineral Science are situated. I'm under chemistry. So in the school, we have 3 departments of chemistry, physics, and geology as our sister departments. So in chemistry department in 2014, I formed a research group called Nanotechnology Research Group. So our main focus here in this research group, we focus on green nanotechnology for different applications on hydrogen economy, hydrogen energy, carbon capture, water treatment, solar cells, supercapacitor and batteries, as well as recovering of PGMs from acid mine drainage. So far, this is our publication trend. So when we started, it was very, very difficult, but then we pick up on the way. But so far, we can proudly say we can get from the research group, we can get a minimum of 15 papers per year. So as today I mentioned, I'm going to focus on hydrogen economy. Why hydrogen energy? So since when we started in 2014, about the issue of hydrogen, we're focusing on hydrogen production, storage, and distribution. But the nice part this year, our government recognized our application for chair. So yes, I was awarded honorary Psyche chair, which is a highly level award in South Africa in terms of recognizing research activity and research output. But the focus of the chair is on production of hydrogen using photoelectrochemical methods. So basically we prepare different catalysts and then see whether we can generate the hydrogen, and then we focus on the green method. So we want to generate the hydrogen from normal water. Therefore, we produce hydrogen and oxygen, and then the hydrogen will be used as an energy carrier. I already mentioned that I'm the researcher of the Psyche, and then this is co-funded between the Department of Science and Innovation of South Africa, together with our National Research Foundation. So far we have 2 levels in South Africa of Psyche chair. Therefore, I'm on level 2. So hoping that if I work very hard, it can be converted to level 1, depending on the research output as placed in the proposal. So far, the grant, the money in terms of rents, so I was awarded 7.1, close to 7.2 million for 5 years. So this money just to promote research on hydrogen. And then in addition to that, I got $500,000 coming from also NRF. So this combination, therefore, I think they can assist us in establishing a green technology at the University of Limpopo, hoping that at the end of 5 years, we're going to have a product So the research activity under the chair is on preparing different metal organic framework as a photocatalyst, electrocatalyst. We couple this with a covalent organic frameworks, the polymers, the graphene oxide, and as well as organometallic complexes such as phthalocyanines. And then we investigate photocatalytic hydrogen production, using electrochemical method, as well as storing the generated hydrogen. And then we also have sensors and then batteries applications. So for the current moment, I have one postdoc, 4 PhDs at University of Limpopo and 2 PhDs at the University of Western Cape. Then we have also 2 masters here at University of Limpopo, and then 2 master students at Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria. So these students are focusing on applications of metal organic frameworks or composites for generation of hydrogen, as well as hydrogen sensing. So at the moment, we're planning to have 2 senior researchers in order to assist the growing of this research group. So far, we have 9 staff members actively involved in the projects. And then the target for the next 5 years, we are planning to produce almost 30 students. So the projection of this research activity, obviously, our aim is to form a center where we're going to produce the hydrogen. So at the current moment, we're on the chair, but the next stage is to develop a research center where we're going to focus on many activities related to hydrogen economy. So when we talk about hydrogen, it has been already mentioned in many articles, in many media, that we can generate energy from the hydrogens. So what is happening? You have your hydrogen gas, it will be pumped inside the fuel system. Therefore, the hydrogen will split into proton and electron, and then the electron will serve as our energy of interest. So the proton will pass through the membrane, interact with oxygen, and produce water as byproduct. So the nice part of this hydrogen energy, we produce water as byproduct. Therefore, we can overcome the problems of global warming, which are led by the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide coming from our current gasoline fuel. So the energy the hydrogen has, it has a lot of energy as compared to gasoline. 1 kilogram of hydrogen, it has this energy which can power many things, even the aeroplanes. So, and then the nice part, as I already mentioned, we produce water as byproduct. By producing water, we can produce hydrogen from water, therefore making it to be a renewable process. So in terms, when we compare with gasoline, it takes 24 liters of gasoline to travel 400 kilometers. But with hydrogen, it takes only 4 kilograms to travel the same distance. So it means the issue of hydrogen can really help our problems if we invest on research and development and infrastructure of this hydrogen economy. So far in South Africa, we introduce the hydrogen South Africa, we call HYSA, in 2008. And then 2 years after, I joined one of the center for the HYSA. So it's where I enrolled my PhD with them. But under this HYSA, we have 3 centers. HYSA for a system where they are we're building the forklift. I was lucky, I was under HYSA system, we're building forklift. But me as a chemist, I was focusing on absorption and desorption of the hydrogen. Therefore, we have HYSA infrastructure, so for the spring of infrastructure. Therefore, it's being hosted by CSIR, one of our research institute here. And then we have HYSA catalysis, which is being hosted by UCT and Mintech. So they're focusing on different types of electrocatalysts. So in 2020, where our president in his State of National Address mentioned about the issue of hydrogen economy is where majority of us now became aware of the issue of we can use the hydrogen as an energy carrier. But so far, there are many development in South Africa. In May 2022, therefore, is where we introduced Hydrogen Valley. So we introduced the first hydrogen truck where it was Anglo-American, and then they came with, they built heavy load trucks which are hosted at Limpopo Province Mogalakwena mine. So they are using hydrogen, those trucks there, but there's a plan that they're going to bring 300 buses, so moving from Limpopo to Durban, which is around 800 kilometers. So therefore we need infrastructure for hydrogen. If those buses will come in South Africa, therefore we need to be ready in terms of infrastructure. Where are we going to produce the hydrogen? Where are we going to get to store the hydrogen? Yes, there are many activities so far in South Africa in terms of green hydrogen production. So there are a lot of budget, hence some of us who are involved in the hydrogen, we're likely to get some funds in terms of the hydrogen economy. But what are we doing at University of Limpopo? We are planning to come with something big for the next 5 years, where we're going to have many activities involving the hydrogen economy. So at the current moment, we work on the solar cell and supercapacitors because our hydrogen electrolyzer, it needs an energy, external source of energy. Therefore, we can use solar cells to power our electrolyzer so that we can produce hydrogen from water. And then once we have the solar cell, therefore we need supercapacitors or batteries to store that energy coming from solar cells. So hence we have an ongoing project on those two capacities. Therefore, for us to generate hydrogen, we need clean water. Therefore, we have our water treatment projects also are going on at the University of Limpopo under my leadership, where we clean acid mine drainage, we recover PGMs, because some of the PGMs were using them as a catalyst in the electrolysis of water splitting. Therefore, under electrolysis, we're using, for hydrogen generation, we're using catalysis. Also, we check on photocatalysis, which is ongoing research. We have several papers on those division. And then once we generate the hydrogen, also we are working on the storage of hydrogen. Therefore, we have to compress the hydrogen, or we have to store on the metal hydride, which it has been proven in some of my work that we can use alloys to store the hydrogen, which is also very good. So once we reach the storage point, therefore we have to go on the infrastructure, on the building, the hydrogen filling station, therefore on the sensors, because hydrogen is flammable at around 4% at the room temperature, it becomes flammable. Therefore, we need sensors to detect the hydrogen, even if it is in little amount. So we're also engaging those type of projects of hydrogen sensors. So, but in most cases, what we try to come with different materials, but just trying to change the structure of the material, basically on the metal organic frameworks. Why MOF? MOF we can prepare is just a simple material, as we have organic linear and metal, they interact and then they form nice structure of higher surface area. Then the nice part, we can even prepare them off from the waste plastics. We just collect the waste plastic, we can convert them into organic linear and then interact with our metal of interest and then to form the MOF. So in the terms of preparations, there are several methods that it can be used to generate MOF. So currently in our system, we're using the hydrothermal and solvothermal method because we can prepare in bulky, so which is also a very nice way. So in terms, I'm sorry for the noise, I don't know what's happening. In terms of hydrogen production, as I already mentioned, I think there's a noise coming. I don't know if it's coming from my laptop or what. But I'm about to finish. Yeah, this is the material that we prepared. Therefore, we use this material to generate hydrogen electrochemically. So Therefore, you can see the bubbles, and then we capture the hydrogen in the cylinder. And then here is a photocatalytic one. You can see the amount of hydrogen being generated, which is also very, very good. But this is still ongoing work with the honor student and the postdoc here. And then again, this one we collected waste Coca-Cola plastics together with aluminum cans, and then we convert them and then interact and form another metal organic frameworks. So I don't know if this can play. Yeah, I think it can play. So even when we're looking in the experiment, you can see the bubbles going up. This is the hydrogen that we're generating. Therefore, on top, we capture the hydrogen. So this is a proof of concept in order to convince our policymakers that yes, we can generate hydrogen coming from the water. So underwater purification, this is some of the work recently that we published. So where we try to recover PGMs from acid mine cleanage, and then those PGMs will be used as electrocatalysts. And then also we work on the supercapacitor, which is a supercapacitors. We try to check whether the material can store enough energy, and then this energy can be used in the electrolyzer. And then photovoltaic, we build our photovoltaic cell, and then see, because here at Limpopo, the sun radiation can go to around 37 degrees Celsius. Therefore, we can harvest that energy and store it in supercapacitor. But in order for us to harvest the energy, we need the solar cells. Yeah, in conclusion, in terms of the activity, we already put a professional patterns of some of the work, which shows excellent in terms of solar cell, in terms of green hydrogen technology. Therefore, but what left, which is a key rule, is to come with the prototypes, also to publish some or to commercialize some of the work. So these are the team that always assist me from our University of Limpopo, and then collaborators coming from different universities. They are really helping us in order to come with something relevant, and then something that we can convince our policymakers that yes, University of Limpopo were ready in terms of hydrogen economy. Yeah, the support we get from NRF and many institutes that are supporting us in terms of this technology, and many thanks goes to them together with their students, because when I send an email, they respond and then they assist us. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the little thing that we're doing at University of Limpopo. I'm expecting more collaboration coming through this interaction. So thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your interesting reports. It was very fruitful day, and we're glad to see you at Moscow State University. It's a great opportunity to find new contacts and new ideas. I can promise you that next days will be more pleasant for you. And welcome to Moscow, welcome to Russia, welcome to the Moscow State University. Thank you.
Dear friends, we will work on the final resolution of today's conference. Nothing will be lost. The main ideas will be put into this document, and the action plan should be worked on. And I really believe in our joint future in BRICS Plus format, and in our future as an international working group in BRICS Next Association in this network. The next year will be very fruitful, I hope, and useful, and this cooperation will be useful for each center present in here. Thank you so much.